Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Call into order. Mr. Clerk, can you please take the roll?
On the call of the roll, Member Wolf. Member Wolf has just informed me that he is stuck in traffic and he will be here at approximately 4:30. Member Highland.
Here.
Highland present. Chair Kanata.
Here.
Kanata present. We have a quorum. There are no agenda changes that I know of at this time.
Okay. Can we go take the items?
Next on the agenda is item number 2, approval of the June 21st, 2016 Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting minutes.
Through the chair, Chair Kanata, I wasn't there for that meeting, as you know, but I'm happy to take a quick look just for any typos or grammatical. But as far as content, I can't comment.
Yeah, I have no comments on it either.
You are still allowed to vote on these minutes.
Okay.
So do we vote on?
If you have no further discussion, you can take public comment and then vote on the minutes.
Okay. Public comment?
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. This is something I talked with Bruce about. His intention, from my understanding, is to follow Robert's rules, and Robert's rules basically say if you approve a set of minutes, you have up to 6 months to come back with any corrections, and then you can correct them. So just approving them is basically getting the job done, and then if you need to go back, you can always go back later and modify them.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Nonetheless, despite what the previous speaker said, I think you should certainly do your best to do the best minutes possible and the fullest ones possible. On item 2, page 1 of the, looks like the packet, but also the June 21 minutes, on item 2, approval of the April 19th Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting minutes. I believe that I commented on the order of the agenda items, but more specifically on the fact that the minutes in this agenda packet of June 21st, I particularly commented on the sequence in the agenda of the minutes. And I think I basically said that they were now following what the bylaws require in terms of sequencing and the placement of them prior to basically other business that you've got rather than behind other business, including hearings. So I think that's worth sharpening in terms of specificity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? No comment.
Motion to approve.
Second.
On that motion, Wolf, excuse. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Chair Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda. Item number 3, file number 15139, hearing on the status of the order of determination. Complaint filed by Sean Mooney against the Assessor Recorder's Office for violating the Administrative Code, Section 67.21B, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely manner. On May 4, 2016, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force referred the matter to the Compliance Amendments Committee with instructions for the complainant to provide a detailed and specific list of records not yet provided, and for the Assessor Recorder to provide a summary of responses provided for each of the requested records.
Okay. Mr. Mooney?
Hello.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes.
I have a handout I provided for you. There's basically 3 types of documents that I still, all my requests are regarding 3 different types of documents. They're the usage reports 502P, the tax roll account numbers, and the sequence to PI data tax roll. And I have not received any documents since the last hearing.
Okay, thank you. The respondent?
Hello, Eddie McCaffrey from the Office of the Assessor Recorder. I don't have a copy of the documents that Mr. Mooney said he provided you all. Regardless of that, thanks. Regardless of that, the last hearing when we went over this item, the discussion was for Mr. Mooney to provide a detailed description and email to the Assessor's Office as well as the Sunshine Task Force Ordinance, Sunshine Task Force Committee, so that we could have a very general, of comprehensive understanding of what is needed and what's being requested for the purpose of a track record, so that when we came to this hearing, we'd have a stronger conversation, or a more, I guess, in detailed conversation around what Mr. Mooney is asking for, as well as what has or has not been provided. So from our understanding, that communication never went out to the Sunshine Task Force as well as to our office. And so at this point, we were really waiting to have that conversation. Again, a lot of the items that I can probably assume that is included on Mr. Mooney's list here from July 27th is also something that has been discussed in the past at previous meetings. So I don't know if we want to continue to have that conversation, but I'm open and available for question and comments if necessary.
Thank you.
Through the chair, do we need to have anyone in support of the speakers?
Yeah.
Not at this time, as this matter was already heard by the full task force. This is a follow-up.
Okay.
So through the chair, perhaps I can provide a little bit of background, since I think I was at all the meetings referenced. This has probably been going on close to a year and a half, 2 years, I think, and there has been a disconnect between what Mr. Mooney is asking and what the Office of the Assessor Recorder is able to provide, in that they do not necessarily format their data the way he's been asking for it. I think it's been a back and forth process. I think the Office of the Assessor Recorder is certainly getting a lot better at that from what I've seen. I do want to reference an email here, and I'll ask in a second, from Mr. McCaffrey saying, here's what we think you want, and a response from Mr. Mooney. But before we get to that, I just want to make sure that we calibrate our focus here a little bit. I think this whole matter stemmed from an original public records request, or IDR, for material within certain date parameters. Mr. Moon, if you could approach. And I see in your recent communications you're now also asking for 2016 documents.
Right.
I'm not sure if that falls within what we're here to enforce or see if that's been complied with, so that's a separate matter, and we can address that. But if you can just confirm the original request, and Mr. Clerk, if you can point out in the packet where that appears, that'd be a good start, I think, just to keep our focus, because in the past 4 or 5 times we've heard these cases, it's easy to get lost in the formatting, so to speak. So I just want to keep our focus very tight here. Just give us a second there.
So when did the full task force send this here? What meeting was that?
February.
In February. And since February, is this document, is the handout with the July 27th email, is that the list that was requested?
In February, the 2016 document that I was requesting was not available because it wasn't due yet. It was due. The PI tax roll comes out on July 1st.
So let's set that aside, because I think we're looking at 2015 and earlier as part of the original request, and that's what we're here to make sure is
right. The same document that I've been requesting past years I have now received.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted to hear. And I see an email here from Mr. McCaffrey on, let's see. Because remember the last time you guys talked, you worked it out, you went off, some materials were sent to you. So you're saying up and through 2015, you have received everything that you want in the format that makes sense to you, and they put some work in to do that. Are we correct on that? Up to 2015?
No, well, first of all, we're talking about right now the tax, the PI tax roll, the sequence 2 tax roll. That's all we're talking about. If you want to then talk about tax roll numbers or the 502s, then, so I am current on past years up to 2015 on the PI tax roll. I still haven't gotten any 502P forms or any tax account numbers, period, ever.
Okay, and just to make clear, those 3 types of documents from 2010 to 2015 was the basis of your original request. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All my complaints are about those 3 types of documents.
Okay, got you. So you have item 3, 2010 through 2015, but items 1 and 2 you're still waiting for. So that should be the focus of this hearing, this meeting. 2016, that's outside of the purview of what we're doing. If they have now produced, if they've now produced that information, but don't get it to you in a timely manner, well, then that can be the cause of another subsequent complaint.
If I may, the first year I requested 2012 and 2013. It took me over a year to get those 2 documents. Then the 13 became available, and it took me another year to get that roll. So here I've now asked on July 27th for this 2016, and it's already past it's now 20 days since I requested it, and based on the past, it's going to take another year to get that document, and that's just not within the scope of a timely manner.
Thank you. Mr. McCaffrey, could you approach? So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page as far as the original request was items 1, 2, and 3, or types of data 1, 2, and 3 between 2010 and 2015. The complainant says he has all of the PI data, but he's still waiting on 1 and 2. Can you confirm or corroborate that?
Absolutely. So to review what we talked about at length in the last meeting, and in hopes of not confusing matters in greater detail, what is on the PI Sequence 2 supplemental tax roll includes the information that would be available on number 1, which is the usage reports for 502P forms. As I mentioned in previous meetings, and this is not just in the one I believe in February, but also the one in 2015, that the forms, the information that is provided on what could be the 502B forms is available to be given to our office in any format. It does not always come on an actual 502B form. What we make available to Mr. Mooney is the full supplemental tax roll, which includes all of the information in our records that would include the 502B form information. So he is looking for these forms that unfortunately we do not have because the information isn't provided to us on the actual forms. It is provided to us in other formats, which then we compile and put into our property tax system. And just for the purpose of clarification, our property tax system is extremely old. It's extremely outdated. It is not easy to be able to run reports that make it easy for even our own staff to use and make use of, and it takes time. And so the delay is not just for taxpayers, it's also for our internal staff because it's an outdated property tax system. This is something that Assessor Recorder Carmen Chu is working on improving by improving our entire system altogether, but it's going to take time, it's going to take a lot of money. And I just want to clarify that, I'll stop there if you have any other questions.
Yeah, I have a question. So are you saying that all the data that was requested was provided, but not in the format that it was requested in.
That is what I am saying, is that all of the information that we have that he is requesting, we've provided to him in that assessment role.
Okay, and then for the information you don't have you referred the complainant to the departments that would have it?
So I don't believe I've specifically referred him to the Board of Equalization, which is where a lot of this information is also provided, but they give their information to us, so it should be very similar information.
Okay.
It should be almost exactly the same.
And then one last question. I understand you're saying that your systems are really antiquated, and but if it did take a year to get the data he's asking for, to me that seems, even with antiquated systems, a year seems to
Sure.
me to be very unreasonable.
If I may, Chair, I think that, and he stated a year, I think that is a exaggeration. I think if you will read the file, you'll see that there's a lot of confusion around what specifically he's looking for. And again, we house in our system a lot of private information that needs to be culled through and reviewed, each of them individually, to make sure that we don't release any private information. It's unfortunate. It is time consuming. It takes not just staff time, but also city attorney's time. In the communication that we've provided in the past, it includes the number of hours and potential days that it would take in order to provide this information. Of course, that changes. I can say also that since the request has been made, and I've been with the assessor's office for 3.5 years, we have improved our timeline on which being able to provide this information. I don't think it's a year. I think it has improved. I think with the information for 2016, which we're not going to discuss today because it's not relevant to the actual case item, I feel like we can improve on the time, and I'm sure we will, because I think we have a better understanding of specifically what Mr. Mooney is looking for over the course of 3 years of a lot of back and forth.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. McCaffrey, if you could just explain quickly in lay terms the three items that Mr. Mooney lays out there. It sounds like 502 is a form that is found within the PI data sequence. What about the tax roll account numbers? How does that fit into?
Sure. And I may be mistaken. If that's the case, then I will make sure to follow up and correct this. But the tax roll account numbers are what identify each of the parcels within the city and county of San Francisco that are considered possessory interests. The 2016, which is listed here, but let's just, for the sake of conversation, let's say 2012 to 2015 possessory interest, also known as PI data sequence 2 supplemental tax roll. That is what could be considered a full download, a full raw report being pulled out of our system and provided to Mr. Mooney with all of the possessory interest information that we have on record related to each of those parcels.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, do or have you received these kind of requests before for this level of detail or formatting the information in this format?
Sure. No, this is actually the only request that we've ever received, and I think to the level of detail I just want to clarify, because I think it's not as detailed as we would even like it to be. Typically, requests come in and they say we'd like information for a specific parcel or specific parcel. This is a much broader range request, which is give me all of your data. Most of the Public Records Act requests that we get are for specific information for a specific parcel, and then we go and identify the information that we have on record. We provide it to them for that.
Attorney. Yeah, just to bring Chair Khanat up to speed, I think probably in our deliberations in the past we talked about a rule of reason and a balance of what's being requested and how onerous it is to put that together, especially since it's not in the format that is readily in your database. So I'm just refreshing myself of that. So your position, just to summarize, is that all the information in those three subcategories can be found in Category 3 per the data that you've given here from 2010 to 2015.
So I believe that number 1 and number 3, that is yes. I would need to go back and check for the tax account numbers. I believe I would say yes. I would just want to double check. But yes, I believe that we have provided that to him in the past. Mr. Mooney may be able to clarify, but this information I can say for 2016 going forward we would be able to provide, yes.
That's certainly encouraging. And yeah, looking back to your February 3rd, let's see. Actually, Mr. Mooney has an email here from February 3rd where he says, "It was a pleasure meeting with you today, the Sunshine Task Force." That's when you guys actually kind of sat down and worked out what to give, and he gave a very detailed list there. And then I think he responded laying out, everything
Yeah.
you sent him.
I think in that list it included account numbers. I think it should be relative to the top.
Yeah.
So that, yes, so that was my recollection, is that we did include everything that we had.
Yeah, and I was hoping that would then take care of it. So when I saw Mr. Mooney's response, it's referring mostly to 2016. So it kind of brings me back to that point. Okay, thank you, Mr. McCaffrey. Mr. Mooney, could you approach again? I have a few more questions for him. So you've heard that they've obviously made some efforts to get the material that you want. And again, this whole issue has been about parsing out information and getting it in a format that makes sense to you, that you can check off your boxes. And I know there's a disconnect there. I think we're getting closer from what I've heard.
The PI tax roll is the exact same report that the assessor has to give to the tax collector. It's not an unusual report. It's the exact same report that they provided the
Which
tax.
item are you referring to, number 3? The 3 types of documents that you list.
Right.
The
Number
PI data
3.
sequence. Okay, and we're done with that because you've got everything you need there. So you
Okay.
said you have that from 2010, 2015, right?
Right.
Mr. McCaffrey is saying that 502 is contained within that.
Sure.
So you would agree with that? So 1 and 3 are checked off. And number 2, he believes is, but he was going to check. What's your position on number 2?
I have never received a tax account number from Eddie. And just to be clear, if you take a look at page 3,
Which page 3 are you referring to?
the big 3 right there.
Oh, in your handout?
Yeah. Okay. For Eddie wants to make it seem like this is some overwhelming amount of work that I'm asking him to do. And here's the summary of what the 2010, 11, and 12, and 13 data found. In 2010, there was only 133 parcels that fit the description that I was asking for. And then you could see the rest. That's not a lot of properties for the time period, and I was not exaggerating. It took over a year to get these reports 2 times.
Yeah. What's this? Okay. Yeah, the clerk is showing me here a folder with probably, 300-400 pages, and there's several of those. So.
Right, if you recall, the first time you guys kind of all said, wow, we're overwhelmed, this is way too much, let's hit the reset button and let's start over. So,
Right, and you cut
then
that-
the
you
second
cut the
time I
list down.
came,
Yep.
you guys said, well, this is really thin, this isn't enough information. So I was caught in between, well, what's enough and what's too much.
Okay.
So I'm doing my best to
Right.
focus it.
No, I understand. I mean, there's several things at play here. There's the voluminous nature, there's the specificity, which we've been working on for a year and a half, and then there's the antiquated systems that we're working with. So all those come into play, and I understand what you're looking for. But we're still trying to get. I think we've narrowed down that you're still looking for item 2, the tax reports, as you list them, tax roll account numbers, and Mr. McCaffrey's not sure if he's provided that to you. So I think that's the only remaining item on the table as of right now. Are you agreed with that?
No, as far as the if the 502s, I've asked for.
You just agreed that the 502 information is within the PI report. You just agreed to that 2 minutes ago. So as far as I'm concerned, that's off the table. I think what we're now discussing is item 2, as you describe it, which is the tax roll account numbers. And if we can just keep the discussion to that going forward.
Well, they are separate. They do contain the same information, but they're completely different documents. And it's a check and balance situation where I need the 502s to confirm the tax roll and the tax roll to confirm the 502s. So I need both documents.
I understand, but from what we heard, the 502s are not automatically part of each record. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. That information comes to them in different ways.
Right, and I'll take it in whatever way they get it.
Okay, and if it takes them a year to compile it in time for their reports, then that's how you'll get it.
Well, that's where I find it's really unreasonable. I mean, we're only talking about
Okay,
100.
so there's a balance there, which is what we're trying to get to at this point. That's all I have for now. Thank you. Do you want to hear maybe some rebuttal? I mean, we're going round and round in circles.
Yeah.
But I think we've narrowed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if Mr. McCaffrey, do you have the rebuttal on this? Or
Summarizing comments.
Sure, I will say that the items number 1 and number 3, I think from what I understand is off the table. I would like to confirm number 2. I don't know if that requires an additional hearing. I'm happy to follow up pretty much today, at the latest tomorrow before noon, to confirm what the information is that we provided. I also want to say that I did provide a copy of everything that we've given to Mr. Mooney to the Sunshine Task Force. So I would be happy to kind of go back and just check and make 100% certain. And I'm happy to do that within the next 24 hours to do that. And then again, I really appreciate the Sunshine Task Force help in narrowing down what we're looking for here and moving forward to 2016, understanding that the documents don't always, the information comes to us in various formats, and we'll do our best to provide the information that we have necessary for possessory interest data to Mr. Mooney and to any other taxpayer that requests it.
thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. McCaffrey, to that point, and looking forward, let's say you were to leave the accessory board, would someone else be able to field this information in your absence? I.e., is there now a format, policy, some notes or something to field this kind of request in the future?
Absolutely. I want to kind of echo, and I really do say thank you to Mr. Mooney and, of course, the Sunshine Task Force, simply because it's taken long periods of time, because not only is our system antiquated, but we've never had to produce this report in the past. Prior to Mr. Mooney requesting it. Over the last 3 years since I've been with the office, we've identified a stronger process in order to provide this information. I think it's going to continue to improve. It doesn't just involve myself. It also involves our IT division. It also involves our real property chiefs, as well as the city attorney. In working collaboratively with all those different moving pieces, I think we have a strong process in place to make sure to handle Mr. Mooney's request or another taxpayer's request if it were to come into us, if I were to leave, or if any of those other pieces were to depart from their division or from their role.
I have one additional question. I know you've provided a report that you've taken data from all different places to put it in, but is it also possible to give Mr. Mooney the actual 502s that you possess for these properties?
So, two things Mr. Mooney mentioned is that it's very easy to give because we just give it to the tax collector. There's actually an MOU between our office and the Treasurer Tax Collector that allows us to share private information. So that item is actually not available to taxpayers. So we have to go through a different process. The request for the 502P forms, and this is what we've talked about at length in the past, and I'm happy to go into great detail if you like. The 502P forms are not really given to us. We've looked through our records, and we don't really have the 502P forms. What we have is information that's given to us in a lot of different variations, whether it's through emails, whether it's through spreadsheets, and we have to take that information, we have to compile it, we have to put it into our property tax system, which then includes it with a lot of the other parcel information. From there, that's when we retract the information out of our system, review it, make sure there's no private information, hand it over to the city attorney, again, review it, and then we submit it. So
So which department would Mr. Mooney go to get the actual 502Ps if he so chose to do?
Sure, it would definitely be our office. But as I mentioned before, we have looked through our records, and the 502P forms he's looking for, we don't have.
Do they exist in another department? Now I'm getting confused.
Sure. There is this concept that these 502P forms exist. To go back, and I don't have the code section at the top of my head, but the Board of Equalization, the State Board of Equalization, says that the property owner or the leasee can provide the information on a 502P form or in an additional format. What we receive is not the 502P form. We receive it in that other format.
Okay, thank you.
I got one last comment. I think in the bigger picture, what you got to understand is that 90% of everything from the assessor's office is confidential. It's not available to the public. These 3 documents are basically the only 3 types of documents you can get from the assessor. So when he says he gets it in a different format, well, that's not a public record. But when they put it on the 502 form, it's a public record. And so it's like you're trying to cheat the public from the public information by saying, oh, we didn't get it in that format. Well, I'm sorry, but because that's the only way we can get the information, you have to put it on the 502 forms, or else we don't get it.
Thank you.
So, and this is just to clarify. The request from Mr. Mooney, as you can see from the document he's handed over, is number 1, number 2, number 3. They don't specify particular parcels. They say, I want all of them. So from our perspective, what we do is we compile all of the information that we have on record, and we provide them to Mr. Mooney. The information that comes to us, as I've said a few times, is that it comes to us through multiple formats. Without knowing specifically what information we're looking for, we then put that into our property tax system. I explained the process before. We pull it out of our system, and we hand over the full report, which is identified on page 2 on his document. So that's from a standpoint of convenience, but also to make sure that we're not missing anything from what he's asking for. That is how we can see to give him the most comprehensive data set possible, to make sure that there's as little back and forth as possible between ourselves and Mr. Mooney at the end of the day, so he has as much as he needs to do the necessary work that he needs to do with our data.
And from what I saw in the emails through the chair, you've been providing this in searchable Excel spreadsheets backed up with CD-ROMs. So I know there's been a lot of improvements in the way you're presenting that data.
That is correct.
To Mr. Mooney.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to give him a chance to?
Sure. Come on up. Go.
Okay. In summary, what Eddie just said is, hey, we're not going to give you I'm asking for a specific type of tax roll, which is the escape tax roll. It's the supplemental tax roll. And what Eddie wants to suggest is, hey, we're going to just give you the whole roll, which he's done before, where there's over 40,000 properties on there. And like I said, if you look at what the results I'm looking for on the third page, I'm looking for, in 2010, 133 parcels. So he wants to say, here's 40,000, you go find it. Instead of just giving me the tax roll the same roll that they have to give to the tax collector. It's a public record. They've done it for me twice. They didn't do it in a timely manner, but they did it.
Thank you. To the chair. Mr. McCaffrey, if you could approach again. How would you respond to that? And let me, I guess, the way I'm understanding that is and I think you said before that you are not necessarily able to, pull the reports as he wants them, but he's saying that that is a report, and that is a format that you provide at certain points of the year to different departments.
Sure.
If we can, one moment.
Pause. 1 second.
Hi. Mr. Wolf.
Yeah.
Hi. Hello? Hi. We're on the first item. Okay, so at least 45 minutes more?
Victor,
Half hour.
I wouldn't bother.
Okay. I'll let you know. Mr. Wolf is currently stuck on the Golden Gate Bridge. He should be here within the half hour.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruption.
So the question is, if I can make sure I'm understanding it correctly, is the assessor's office, my office, gives that information to other departments in the city. Why can't we give that information in the same format to the taxpayer, Mr. Mooney? Is that right?
Yeah.
Sure. So I am not an IT expert by any means, but the Treasurer Tax Ledger's office and the assessor's office shares a property tax system. The information is downloaded through our property tax system. There's not a download from a sense of given in an Excel document and then handed over to the tax ledger. It is, from my understanding, extremely complicated, and it's a $1 million software to make sure that those two systems talk to one another and able to pull the necessary information regularly. From my understanding, that the format that communicates to one another is not something that would be in any format available that would be usable for a taxpayer. And I don't know if that clarified things, but I think from a standpoint of what we've been asked in the past from Mr. Mooney is to have it in a usable format, which is in Excel. That is what we've driven ourselves to do to the best of our ability, because there is no actual report that's given from the assessor's office to the treasurer tax collector. It's the systems talk hourly, daily.
Okay.
So there's no actual report.
All right, that was misleading because I got the impression by what Mr. Mooney was saying that there's an actual report that you hand over monthly, quarterly, whatever.
No.
And that report can come to him. So what you've been doing to answer his requests have been pulling data from that system into an Excel spreadsheet and giving it to him periodically.
That is correct.
And that's probably what's taken you guys as long as it has.
That is
okay.
correct.
All right, that was misleading.
Sorry.
No, not by you.
Okay.
So I'm glad to hear that. That clarifies. I thank you. That's all. I think, Chair, maybe some public comment at this point might be.
We'll take public comment on this issue.
Members of the Compliance Amendments Committee, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I'm kind of confused, as Chair Kanata seemed to be, about the fact that Mr. McCaffrey said there is a form, but people don't have to use it, and they provide us the information in other ways. But is he saying they don't ever use the form? I find it rather hard to believe that if they have a form, that some people don't use the form. Yes, if I'm a property owner and I have 80 properties, it may be easier for me to send it, via some sort of other method. But if I own one property, the chances are I probably fill out a form. And I'm not hearing him say we do not have any of these forms. But I did hear him say that if there are forms, we have them. So basically, my belief is that if they have any, even one of those forms, they should be provided to Mr. Mooney.
The 502s.
The 502s, yes. I mean, if they have one, if they have 20, whatever, because he wants to verify that what's in the one set of documents they gave him matches up with what was provided on those 502s. And I think that's a very valid thing to want to do because there could be errors, either unintentional or intentional. Who knows? The second thing that I'd like to say is that this has been a long, drawn-out process, both for Mr. Mooney, the task force and the department. And I would hope going forward, now that they know what he wants, in what format, et cetera, that if he makes another request this year and another request next year, it doesn't become a matter of repeating all this again, because they should know by now what he's asking for and what they've given him in the past with which he has been satisfied, and should be able to give him on a prompt basis anything going forward. And the simple fact that the departments come in here, and believe me, I've been coming to the task force for 10 years now, and they come in and they make this argument that, oh, we have an antiquated system. Well, that's not the citizens' fault. That's the city. And the ordinance says that when they update systems, they're supposed to update them to comply with the ordinance, to make it easy on themselves. One of the things I've talked about before is posting the list of public records on websites. And if somebody wants a record, they can go in there and look at it themselves and make a copy of it if they want it, and it would save the department a lot of time and a lot of money. But what I keep hearing over and over is we have this old system, and because we didn't update the system and it's hard for us to do this, we shouldn't be made to do it. And I think that is just blatantly saying we have an excuse, therefore the law shouldn't apply to us and it shouldn't be enforced when dealing with us. Bottom line is, if they have any of those forms, they should give them to him so that he can check with what it wants. But going forward, if there is ever a case like this again, then I think it should be found to be immediately willful in the fact that they've,
Other public comment?
Peter Warfield, I'm not a party to this and not familiar with it, but a couple of things have rung bells. Mr. Hartz's concern about old systems being a reason for extraordinarily long response times, I think, is certainly appropriate. My question would be, if the mayor came to the department with the same or similar questions, would they take as long as they did? It's my understanding that this has been dragging on for something like a year and a half, and I think that that is just completely out of line with what the Sunshine Ordinance talks about with respect to providing extensions for extensive research, getting materials from off-site. There's an allowance of 2 weeks. So to hear that 1.5 years is even contemplated as being possibly okay is quite startling to me, and I'm not sure that I'm fully understanding what's being said by one of the members here. With respect to copying of original records into some other format, I think that's very problematic as well. I'm not sure that I understood what the reason for that was, but I think it's important, the concept of original documents. And very often we hear departments saying they don't want to create documents or make documents to the order of a requester. And yet here they seem to be creating documents for the purpose of turning something over to the requester. What seems to me certainly something you should be asking about is, what documents are there and what is the reason that they are being copied over? That sounds very time-consuming and perhaps unnecessarily so. If it's a question of redaction, if it's a question of leaving out some things, all of those things can be handled when turning over original documents. So it's very puzzling to hear about what sounds like a very time-consuming process of copying over. The other thing is, one reason one wants original documents is because, as Ray Hart said, there could be errors, intentional or unintentional. There could be omissions, intentional or unintentional. And I think that the probability or the possibility of those things is increased every time you copy something over. And there may be other things that are interesting or informative about the original record that the requester might benefit from seeing. And that also makes, to my mind, makes it very questionable, the turning over of copies of things rather than originals. Thank you.
Other public comment?
I think I can really bring some clarity to what.
We're asking for public comment at this time.
No public comment.
Through the chair, quick question for Mr. McCaffrey, if you would, and then we'll get
Can
to
we
you.
close public comment?
Public comment is closed.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and then we'll get back to you, Mr. Moody. So one of the speakers brought up a good point. You mentioned that you've provided the information that you do have from 502s into that Excel spreadsheet. Did you actually ever provide the 502s that you do have as he's requested, the actual 502 forms?
Sure. So again, there's to answer the question, I want to give a full picture instead of it doesn't.
Yeah.
If you look at number 1, 2, and 3, there is no specific property that he's looking for us to identify for the 502P form. So that requires us to look through our hard copy records.
So you can't do a search in the database and say, here's a report of all 502s that have been filed for this period.
We don't have the ability in our property tax system to identify whether there's a hard copy on record or not. It requires us to go through each of the hard.
And the 502 is a hard copy.
Exactly.
Fair enough. Okay. And then to answer the other public speakers' comments, and just to, if you could clarify this or confirm it, I think the way you presented the data to him, you guys worked out by emails back and forth about which columns, what column A stands for account number, column B block number, column C lot number, that finally massaged this data into a format that he said was acceptable, and you guys have gone forward using that model for future requests. So it's not that you're creating a new document, you're just taking data that is not in any document because it's in the system into a format that makes sense to the request and satisfies the request. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moody?
If I may, I really think I can help you here.
Okay.
I think what you're missing here is the 502 form is not generated from the individual taxpayer. A 502 form is called the usage report. Let's say the Port of San Francisco leases out property to 30 different people. The port generates the 502 forms that gives to the assessor, not the lessees, the individual lessees. So this is the 502 forms are come from the city to the city, and not from individual taxpayers.
I have a question. So I haven't seen your original request, but have you ever can you provide parcel numbers of what you're looking for? Or do you not know them and get all this data so you can go through and somehow find the properties you're interested in?
No, the assessor uses a sequence number. So I don't want sequence number 1. I only want sequence number 2, 3, and 4. Those are the supplemental taxes. These are the ones that have escaped. These are the ones that the assessor is now bringing onto the assessor's roll for the first time. Those are the properties I'm interested in.
Okay, so I just want to be clear to myself, you have no idea which properties they are, except you want the ones that are on these other schedules because they are not yet officially put into the system.
Right. A lot of possessory interests, which are leases, don't have parcel numbers. For instance, valet parking permits. That's a permit to use a part of the street. That doesn't have a parcel number. Grocery stores sometimes have those display things out in front of the street that are on the sidewalk where you can buy fruit and stuff like that. That's a permit. It doesn't, of the sidewalk. The sidewalk doesn't have a parcel number.
Okay, thank you.
And just confirming, Chair Canada, I just pulled up a 502P form, and it's one of those like 700 forms where you can fill out online, but then you have to print it out and probably fax it or scan it and send it in. It's not something that enters the system online, so it is indeed for all intents and purposes, a hard copy. That being said, I think we made some headway here. He is getting some information. My inclination will probably be to continue this to a future CAC meeting and specify exactly, like item 2, the tax roll account numbers. I think that is something that still has yet been satisfied in this request. I see Mr. McCaffrey nodding there. I think I'm encouraged by what I've been hearing about the systems they have in place. And my suggestion to Mr. Mooney would be for the current information you're looking for, the 2016, if you feel that's out of date, I would go ahead and file another complaint and get it in front of us again. I mean, that's, I think, probably the correct procedure at this point. Chair Canada?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still confused on the fact that the department can't produce 502Ps. If indeed they are filled out and sent in, somebody has to receive these, and they have to live somewhere. So I mean, I don't know how we go about getting these particular forms, but I think that the form should be producible.
Perhaps a question to ask Mr. McCaffrey is, could Mr. Mooney come in, sit down with the records and go through and make photocopies of all the 502s he wants? I don't know if there's confidentiality issues there because it's part of a larger file of which, et cetera, or they're going to have to redact it. But, this case does have a little bit of the rule of reason to balance it too. And that's the other side of the story. I mean, if this information were readily available in a report, as Mr. Mooney was suggesting, which we've now found out is not the case, I would be inclined to agree. But it's two systems talking to each other, and I think they've, the assessor's office has done quite a lot of work to pull the information out, get it into an Excel spreadsheet to at least start checking some of the the requirements of this information request. So, I mean, Mr. McCaffrey, if you want to field that one, can he sit down and grab files and here's a 502, I'm going to make a copy of that. Here's another one to make a copy of that. Let him do the work, but at least provide the access to him.
Sure. Member Highland, your assumption was absolutely accurate where there is privacy concerns. So unfortunately, taxpayers can't come in and look through the files. They need to be reviewed by internal staff, then again by the city attorney, and then handed over to the taxpayer for confidential purposes.
Okay, and just typically that file, how much of it is confidential?
There's quite a bit because
all right, that's all I need to hear.
Great.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So this is a file specifically of 502Ps? So you're saying, I'm hearing that these forms are somehow put into the system. The data from these forms are put into the system.
There is another assumption that is being communicated that we have the actual 502P forms. What I've been, I've been trying to communicate is that the information does not come on the forms. The majority of the information, and when I say majority, in my own research and working with our staff, is that the information is given to us in other formats.
Electronic?
Electronic, correct. Because as Mr. Mooney said, an example would be the Port of San Francisco. The Port of San Francisco has a number of properties that obviously go throughout the entire Embarcadero area up and through along 3rd Street. What they do instead of sending us a 502P form is they send us a larger spreadsheet with the information. We then take that and include it into our property tax system that not just takes the information that the port is telling us for this particular parcel, but includes it with all of the property information that when we do provide it to the taxpayer, what he's receiving is as comprehensive as possible.
That I understand, but since there is a form online that you can fill out online and make a copy of, print it and bring it in, or fax it in, somebody has to receive a physical form of a 502P.
So that is not correct, because the law allows the individual to provide it in a form or another format. So there is an assumption that people come in and hand us the form, or mail us the form, or fax us the form. What I'm trying to convey is that that is actually not the case, that the information rarely comes in. From my understanding and talking to our staff, the forms, providing the information through a form is outdated. It's time consuming. It's cumbersome. So people are no longer doing that. They're providing it to us in the other formats. That's I'm trying to convey that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this to the call of the chair with specific instructions once again to Mr. Mooney to communicate exactly what's still left from this records request, keeping in mind the original parameters, 2010, 2015. I think that sentence you have in there about, the spreadsheet you sent me on January 15th, 2015 is exactly the format I'm looking for. Let's stick to that format. Let's keep populating that data based on that so that we have item 2, the tax roll account numbers, also accounted for. And that should, I'm hoping, satisfy, all 3 sections of this request. I'd also love to see something from your department, Mr. McCaffrey, about future requests of this nature. If nothing else, a guidance or a policy or a cheat sheet or cliff notes, assuming that you win the lottery in a week and move to South America, that you get my drift. That would be my instinct on this.
Okay, so is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Just to restate, the motion is to continue the matter to the call of the chair with the request to Mr. Mooney to provide a list of what is left in his records request that has not yet been provided. There is also instructions to Mr. McCaffrey to write written documentation regarding what the office has done to create a process for future requests.
Of this nature.
And just for my own personal information regarding this 502P form, we've discussed this matter back and forth several times, and this matter keeps coming up. Is there any kind of statement you want to make regarding that, or otherwise it'll just come up again at the next meeting?
Yeah. Regarding the 502P?
Yes.
I usually lean on the side of the complainant, but in this case, I think, as much as I've heard about this form, I think this form is misleading because sometimes it comes through other ways. It's not ever part of a form as well, from what I understand. I'd like to take the respondent's statement that information, as much as they have it, is contained within item 3, the PI data sequence. That would just be, I think it'd be good to have those notes in there so we don't, open up this can of worms once again, if that helps. But that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I'm for the short amount of time I've been on the task force, it seems like there's at least been one other case where the complainant thought there was some data that the respondent wasn't providing, and the respondent said the data didn't exist. So I don't know how that gets actually resolved, right? Because we don't go in and try to find this stuff. So just me thinking out loud on this.
Did that help? Yeah. Well, clearly it's an issue that's still open, and I think at the next when we hear this again, I think we can. But what you're trying to do is trying to get our position on the 502P.
Yes, just because this issue of the argument between the two sides is continuous and
Yeah.
it has never been resolved, even with the
Yeah.
at all the meetings.
I think we.
It's a difference of opinion, basically. And
Okay.
some decision needs to be made on
Okay, let me restate this, and you can pull this off the transcript. But I did ask Mr. Mooney if he felt he had items 1 and item 3 for 2010, 2015. He replied in the affirmative. So I think that takes the 502 off the table. And what we're talking about is just item 2, which is the tax roll account numbers, which Mr. McCaffrey said he would continue to work with Mr. Mooney on going forward.
to revise the motion, matters to continue matter to the call of the chair.
With reference to item 2, which is the tax roll account numbers.
Yes, and-
Outstanding.
And then the instructions will change to ask that Mr. McCaffrey provide confirmation that the tax roll account numbers have been provided or not, and if it has not been provided, to provide them.
Correct. I think that's good. Yeah, let's narrow the parameters on this. Okay, I like that.
And then the next meeting will be on that issue only in regards to number 2, on whether or not those tax roll account numbers have been provided. The other issues
I think
have been discussed, and
considered fulfilled, I think.
Agreed.
thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's important clarification.
So I
I
second.
believe since it's such a complex motion, we would probably want to take public comment again
Sure.
on this motion.
Yeah.
Public comment on the motion, please. Anybody? Seeing none, public comments closed.
On the motion, Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Chair Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda is item number 4. File number 16014, hearing on the status of the order of determination. Complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Sue Blackman and the Library Commission for violating Administrative Code Section 61.21 B and C by failing to respond to a public works request in a timely and complete manner and failing to assist the requester in identifying the assistance form and nature of any record, any information maintained. On July 6th, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force referred the matter to the Compliance Amendments Committee and requested the respondent to authorize the release of documents by the Police Department and Office of the City Attorney. As you probably can see in your packet, they did send that request to those departments in questions, and a response has been provided by those departments.
Okay. Complaint, please, Mr. Hartz. 5 minutes.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I want to talk about a couple issues. Number one is, yes, I have received finally after, let's see, when did I make this original request? I can't even remember, it's been so long. Well, anyway, let's put it this way. I made the request of the Library Commission. Ms. Blackman, responding on behalf of the Library Commission and the Public Library, basically just said, go to the departments. And Ms. Singleton, who is the Chief Financial Officer of the library at the last full task force meeting, spent a lot of time trying to explain exactly what was required to get that information about FAMUS and all these other reports. And I would like to make the point that while I did get the information finally, the fact that the library chose to be very obstructive in that they were not willing to make the request. They knew exactly what documents to ask for. They knew exactly who to ask for those documents, what person to talk to in either the city attorney's office or the police department. And basically, they simply refused to do that and wanted to make me run around like a chicken with my head cut off. So subsequently, the violation still stands because it was many months before I finally got the answer. One of the things that Ms. Blackman said in her thing is she said that the order ought to be revoked, which I don't know that there's even ever been something like that happen, but it's ridiculous. If you look on page 96 of your packet, there is a copy of the letter from the police department, and the very last paragraph says, the San Francisco Police Department has located materials that may be responsive. The San Francisco Public Library is responsible for release of these materials. And that's what I said. I called both of those departments and spoke to someone and said, if I make a request for this and that, what would your response be? And they both told me that they said I would have to get the library to request it. And Ms. Blackman just was, as she always is, unwilling to be helpful, basically saying, talk to somebody else. And now we see by the results, they wrote the letters. Ms. Singleton wrote the letters to both the police department and the city attorney's office, asked specifically for the information. They had no problems at all in either of those departments responding to those requests. And I finally got the documents in a matter of a few weeks. And so the fact that they refused to do this until forced to do by the order of determination, I think really shows how willfully they disregard this law. And the idea that we should revoke the decision because they finally did what was needed to get the information is kind of ridiculous. So yes, the documents have finally been provided, but the order still should stand for the simple fact that it took months rather than the weeks it could have taken had Ms. Blackman, the library, and the Library Commission made any effort to be cooperative. This is the 8th order of determination I have against them, and I am going to be filing a complaint with the task force for a violation of Section 6734, which reads in part, any city agency or officer who fails to carry out duties required by the Sunshine Ordinance, the Brown Act, or the California Public Records Act is guilty of a misdemeanor. And basically, I think their pattern of behavior clearly establishes that they are going to do everything they can to withhold whatever they can for as long as they can, rather than being helpful.
Thank you. Anybody to speak for the complainant?
Anybody from the public library? Ms. Blackman?
Yes, thank you. As Mr. Hartz noted, he has now received the information that he had not previously asked the city attorney or the police department for. In the original request, we followed the Sunshine Ordinance directly, directing him to the proper office to request these documents since we did not have them. Both the city attorney's office and the police department have said that Mr. Hartz never asked for those documents. If he had asked for those documents and was told that the library had to ask for those documents for him, he never let us, the library, know that we needed to ask these two departments to provide him the information. So we had no way of knowing that that was the case. When the task force found the violation and directed us to go back and ask both departments, we did, and he did receive the information. In the case of the police department, the reason the letter says this has to be released by the library is because the library did the request. Mr. Hartz never made a request directly to the police department.
Okay, anybody else to speak for the respondent?
We don't. This
We don't
is a
do
follow-up.
Okay. Okay.
Are there any questions by the task force?
I'm just looking for the original. What page is it? Was it page 20? The original IDR? Or I got it right here. Okay.
And that's
page 68, dated December 2nd. Well, just certainly, it looks like I can't remember this original case. I may have been absent when that took place, but it looks like an order of determination was found. So once it's found, it's not going to be undone. So that's not up to Ms. Blackman or Mr. Hartz. That's a matter of record, and that's important to provide like a, I guess, a history of compliance for departments. So that's there. I think I heard the respondent, the complainant, say he's now received everything he's needed. If he wants to act on that in future complaints, that is certainly his right. But it sounds, by all intents and purposes, that this case is now closed.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Would you like to propose a motion to find that the party, that the respondent has complied with the order of determination and the matter be concluded?
So moved.
Public comment?
Yeah, public comment on the motion?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm not a party to this. We're not a party to this. But I'm a little bit troubled by Ms. Blackman's statement with respect to the question of, well, even bringing up the question of whether Mr. Hartz went to the police department and the city attorney to get information that the library could easily request and would easily be in the right of the library to get. If you have an account with someplace that's handling, let's say, your department store credit card, and somebody wants to know what your account looks like, that's very easy for you. They're basically holding records on your behalf, and it should be your responsibility, if you want that turned over, to get that for the person requesting it. To send people hither and thither, not knowing who to ask, not necessarily even knowing specifically what to ask for, I think is inappropriate and wrong and not contemplated by the law. Simply because you don't have the records in your possession doesn't mean that basically they're not your records to be gotten on request at will. On page 95, there is a letter from the police department to Ray Hartz. And it's fairly brief. It says, Dear Mr. Hartz, it's dated July 29, 2016. Dear Mr. Hartz, the San Francisco Police Department received your public records request dated July 22. On July 22, 2016, you requested the following, and then there's a long, in italics, presumably a quoting of what Mr. Hartz has requested directly from the police department. And then in the only other paragraph, it says, the San Francisco Police Department has located materials that may be responsive. The San Francisco Public Library is responsible for the release of these materials. Let me repeat that. The San Francisco Public Library is responsible for the release of these materials. Your request is being processed by the San Francisco Public Library. For further updates, please contact the San Francisco Public Library. And they give the address and phone number. Sincerely, Lieutenant Catherine Wayland, officer in charge of the legal division. So I'm concerned that the library wants to establish that they can send people hither and yon, and that they then have to make all the research to find information that the library could basically get at the snap of its fingers. In any case, at this point, it seems as though the material has finally reached Mr. Hartz, and I support the motion. Thank you.
Any additional public comment?
Public comments closed.
On the motion, Wolf excused. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Chair Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda, file number 15161, complaint filed by the Library Users Association against Laura Lent and the San Francisco Public Library for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21, for failure to respond to a public request submitted orally in a timely and or adequate manner in regards to BiblioCommons webinar. Would
Okay.
you like to make a motion to find jurisdiction?
Okay. Motion to find jurisdiction.
Second?
Member Highland made the motion to find jurisdiction, seconded by Chair Kanata. Is there any public comment regarding jurisdiction at this time? I
would certainly like to make public comment about jurisdiction. I think you have jurisdiction. I would like to ask for a very brief break. If you don't want to take a break, I need a break, and there are 2 items coming up that are my items.
Let's have a 10-minute break?
Or we could take public comment at this point and keep moving forward. Could we do that?
Yes, we can take public comment out of order if you wish, and come back to this item in approximately, actually, Mr. Warfield would probably want to make a public comment also, so we should take a break.
Okay.
What are we taking public comment on?
We are not.
Is 5 minutes okay, Mr. Warfield?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
I know. The committee is reconvened at this time. The motion was to find jurisdiction. I believe Mr. Warfield would like to make public comment.
Public comment on the motion for jurisdiction?
Yes.
Any comment on that? I guess.
Members of the Compliance Amendments Committee, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I want to say that you definitely have jurisdiction on this matter. It is a matter of access to public records, making oral requests, et cetera. And I would like to say that I believe you have jurisdiction, and not only in the simple failure to answer the public records requests, but also the fact that the library has now established a long history and a pattern of being unresponsive to public records requests and being very obdurate about the way in which they respond or fail to respond.
We're doing public comment on jurisdiction again?
Yes.
Certainly agree with jurisdiction. What I would like to say is that to save time, the complaint is mischaracterized in the agenda as being only about one thing, the webinar, when in fact the complaint, as you will see, is very brief, very short. It's in your packet at, I believe, page 196, and clearly states that there were multiple requests made for information during a meeting with Laura Lent, and it says, for example, the webinar. That was one of multiple requests for information. So it's not about just the webinar. It's not about only the webinar, which is what the agenda item seems to be saying. So I hope you have jurisdiction over the complaint, but the complaint includes more than what is stated on the agenda. I seem to have lost the stickies that I had posted on here. Maybe they're behind here. The actual complaint is on your packet's page 167, and if I can read it to you, it says, it was filed November 19th. This is a request for a hearing on the following complaint, : during a meeting with San Francisco Public Library's Laura Lent to learn about Bibliocommons, Ms. Lent refused to honor oral requests, plural, refused to honor oral requests for information. For example, to provide a hearing/seeing of the Bibliocommons webinar that occurred in early January and which Michael Lambert said he had participated in. This violated Section 67.21- various sections. That's it. It's less than half a page, and I hope that you'll be willing to hear that complaint, and you certainly have jurisdiction on the full complaint, not just the webinar. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, public comment is closed. Mr. Warfield?
Take a vote on jurisdiction.
On the motion to find jurisdiction, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Chair Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. The motion passes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Warfield, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair Kanata. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. This is a quite simple thing, and I've tried to keep these complaints extremely simple. The complaint itself I just read you, it's less than half a page. It's a paragraph and a very short paragraph about what we think was violated. Basic concept, Laura Lent refused to honor multiple oral requests for information. So I'd like to set the scene. The date is February 20th, 2015. Let me repeat. The date is February 20th, 2015. I am sitting with San Francisco Public Library's Laura Lent. We are meeting with my primary purpose of inspecting library-created problem reports and vendor problem report responses and vendor problem report resolutions. These documents concern the library's efforts to install and operate a software product, BiblioCommons, a major effort on the part of the library. These original documents are not letters in a library file drawer. They're not emails in the library's computer. They're stored communications in the vendor's website with restricted access. They call that the partner portal. And if you have any questions, I'd be very happy to answer them. Laura Lent has access to these communications, and she's showing me some of them. I don't have access because I'm not, I don't have independent access. So I see something of interest, and I request a copy. She makes some notes, and shows me a few other things. I ask, oh, that looks interesting. We go there. She shows me some more. She makes some more notes. And at some point, after 5 or 6 or 7 screens, Ms. Lent reverses. She says she will not provide copies. I have to ask Sue Blackman, and I believe she said to do so in an immediate disclosure request. I ask again, and finally, I do something that I don't like to do. I quote the law. I say that the request I'm making is specifically allowed by Sunshine. I can request copies of records, and the first thing that the records show, the first way to do that is to make an oral request. That's it. That's the whole story. Now, let me say one other thing about the webinar. 5 weeks earlier, I asked Michael Lambert to see the webinar because it was important on the issues of privacy, and he told me it didn't exist. You found a violation on that because it turned out that it did exist. So I'm sitting in Laura Lent's office, or her conference room. Lo and behold, there is a list of webinars that this company is offering. And I say, oh, that's interesting. I request to see the webinar. Now, to give Laura Lent credit, she presumably tried to play it. It wasn't playing. And that's where it stopped. The webinar was going to be something that I would have to ask Sue Blackman, even though I had the impression from Laura Lent that that one of her staff members might be able to play it. She was technically unable to do it. So the webinar should have been provided because there it was sitting in the access of the library, and presumably if she had had different equipment or if she had picked up the phone and called IT department, they would have been able to play it, as they ultimately did way down the road at a future date that isn't part of this complaint, but is quite a ways off in time. I would like to give you a sequence of letters back and forth in which I documented to Sue Blackman what I was asking for, and where there is material that shows Laura Lent was taking notes and that the webinar was just one of 7 items that she had listed that I requested.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to give you this. Pardon? I have 3, and let me get you a 4th. No, not yet. I haven't provided anybody with this. So there's a 4th one, and I can give it to them. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just so it's clear, I have pages 3 of 6, 4 of 6, 5 of 6, and 6 of 6. I left 1 and 2 off for the sake of simplicity, so nobody has 1 and 2.
Okay, is there anybody to provide testimony for the complainant?
Are there any speakers in support of the complainant at this time?
I'm noticing in Mr. Warfield's packet a letter from that is addressed to him by Sue Blackman, dated February 26, 2015, in which they say, let me try to read this here. She's rejecting the fact that this was an immediate disclosure request. And if it's necessary to even go back to the ordinance again, 67.25, immediacy of response, I've noticed this happens frequently. It happened to me. So reading the law, notwithstanding the 10-day period for response to a request permitted in Government Code Section 6256, and in this article, a written request for information described in any category of non-exempt public information shall be satisfied no later than the close of business on the day following the date of request. I'm very concerned that many government agencies reject IDRs on prima facie, on the face of them, and they are flouting the law. They need to respect the law. The only timely way these requests can be fulfilled is if agencies respect 67.25, and they're not doing that.
Anyone else for the complainant speaking on behalf of, okay. The respondent, please. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, honorable members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. My name is Michael Lambert. I'm the Deputy City Librarian. I'm here with Laura Lent, Chief of Collections and Technical Services. We're here to respond to complaints number 15161 and 1562.
We're only hearing the first one at this point.
Okay. It's our understanding that these complaints are essentially rehearing earlier cases that have already been heard and ruled upon by the task force, specifically 15133 filed by Mr. Warfield regarding access to the BiblioCommons webinar. By your own vote of 6-1, the task force found the library in violation and issued an order of determination on complaint number 15162. This is essentially the same as complaint number 15081. We're more than happy to answer any questions or take you through the timeline of what occurred earlier, and I'd also allow Laura Lent an opportunity to respond as well.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'd like to just make some points about this complaint to make a case that I was operating in good faith in response to Mr. Warfield's requests. In terms of our general communication, after being, I spoke to Mr. Warfield on a number of occasions, as well as arranging several meetings in excess of an hour each to show him the BiblioCommons partner portal that he wanted to see. I told him the best times to try to reach me by phone, which he then alleged that I told him those were the only times he could reach me by phone. And I felt that, that got twisted around a bit. But, he relies on a landline. He's out of the house a large portion of the day. I'm in meetings a lot of the day. So we did trade messages and find it hard to connect. But ultimately, we had 2 meetings. As he complains, at the end of our first meeting, which was over 45 minutes looking at the partner portal together, I did ask him to submit his document requests, and as he says, it wasn't just about viewing the webinar. He had a number of specific requests that he wanted to take. He didn't ask me until the end of the meeting that it was an oral request, so I took some notes that I was hoping would help me find the things that I assumed he was going to submit as a written request. And I will admit, I didn't have a lot of experience with the oral request process at that time. All the requests I'd ever, received or heard about through Mr. Warfield had been, written requests for documents. I just sort of assumed that was how the process would go, and I didn't feel that my notes, were very complete. And so we did find the webinar. It didn't work. Only our IT department can, change the software that's required to view it. So it wasn't something that me or my assistant could have done at that time. So, after the meeting, I did learn something from the experience. So during I reviewed the Sunshine Ordinance law. And so when we had our second meeting on March 25th, I took good notes, and I sent him a total of 98 documents and screenshots based on his oral requests at that second meeting. So I did update my practices, although I realized, at the earlier meeting, he expected me to be, taking notes and not having to submit a written request. So, yeah.
I would just add, though, that at the February 20th meeting, Laura Lent did supply large batches of information subsequently as responsive documents for his follow-up request.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak on behalf of the respondent? Okay. Okay.
The matter is in the hands of the committee at this time.
Through the chair, I was at all of the meetings, ensuing meetings. I can give you guys a little bit of background if you like, but I might hold off because that might bias you. I have some strong opinions on these 2 cases.
Let me ask a few questions first.
Okay, let's do that. Yep.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Warfield, let me ask you a couple of questions. So, according to Ms. Lent's testimony, you had 2 meetings with her on this?
There was a subsequent meeting, March 26th, as she said. That's not part of this complaint. This complaint is about what happened during our face-to-face meeting on February 20th.
And did you receive any documents
Well,
subsequent to that? I mean, even after Ms. Blackman had, it doesn't say she refused to send anything. Just says that she's treating the first portion as a standard public request. Did you receive any documents responsive to
The comment that was made by the member of the public is not part of my complaint. I'm not complaining about...
I didn't ask that. I just asked if you received any documents responsive to the first meeting.
Only after sending requests to Sue Blackman.
But you did get documents.
Eventually, I got documents.
Were they responsive to your request?
I believe that they were.
Okay, so I'm not understanding what the issue is here.
The issue is that the library is making obstructions that are not lawful, that delay and hassle and make extra work and extra time to get the materials. Initially, I asked for the documents that we had discussed, as you can see from what I've handed out. Then I needed to say, well, I think that she took some notes. Then I needed to ask, would you send me the notes that she provided? And I had to go through all of this, and throughout the whole process, that was a whole separate process. She had been sitting with me. I assumed when she's taking notes and not telling me otherwise that she's responding to my request for copies. I'd like a screen print of that and of that and of that. And in fact, she was taking notes, because about a week later, as a result of all this thrashing around by email, I got what you have as LL-6 of 6. And there were notes, community.bibliocommons.com, number 1, screenshot of knowledge base page, screenshot of opening page. Number 2, new content flagging, FAQs. Number 3, how Bibliocommons decides or deals with offensive content. That was something that concerned me about freedom of speech and censorship. And it's only at the 4th one that there seems to be, and I can't read this, and you might ask her what this SS means, but it looks like number 4 out of 7 was Bibliocommons something or another webinars. And number 5, it says at the top webinar, looks like it, and then it's got PP and SS again, and seems to say something about the webinar and update and content flagging for U.S. libraries. Again, that's an issue of whether they're censoring people's communication. Number 6.
But your case is not about the webinars. This is about whether any documents that may include screenshots or information about the webinars or anything else with regards to the first meeting, correct?
Correct. I was requesting now, in fact, the other documents that I requested other than the webinar were visible on the screen, so I could see this was the problem statement, and then this was the response of the company, and sometimes it went back and forth. With respect to the webinar, I wasn't actually shown anything other than the fact that the company, in a what I would consider professional manner, was listing webinars as something that their customers, as a resource, could access. But she didn't make an effort, for example, to pick up the phone and call their $4 million a year 30-member IT department, which ultimately literally months later, was able to play the webinar for me as the result of yet more obstructions and yet more delays and so on. But at this meeting, the simple, normal thing of requesting documents, she was projecting in a conference room on a screen. She started with notes, and then she backed off and insisted that I have to send an immediate disclosure request to Sue Blackman.
So, you're asking, your complaint is for violations of, what did you put in your complaint here? Because from what I read around oral requests, there's no time frame. Let me ask Ms. Lent a question. Ms. Lent, during the first meeting, which this case is about, I understand that you weren't familiar with the section of the ordinance regarding oral requests. But according to the testimony of the complainant, Mr. Warfield, he claims that it seemed like you were okay in providing him with the documents that he requested, but then later declined?
It was more that, no, I don't, I never, I was taking, what I felt that I was doing was taking notes for my own purposes, so I'd be able to find the things that he would provide in a written request later on. That was the procedure that I had always been familiar with in regards to his requests. Mm-hmm. So, I've gone through an education, and at the next meeting I did it differently. So, I understand now that I should be taking notes and then providing the documents. So, I did what I did, and now I'm doing it differently.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Get this relevant.
You're looking for the...
I'm looking for that section of the ordinance.
Code.
Go ahead.
Mr. Warfield? So it looks like you've subsequently got the information you're looking for, and this is an exercise to basically record that there was a violation. Is that an accurate summary?
There was a violation, and I want it documented and found. The library is, unfortunately...
That was the question. That's all I needed.
The motive is not... The motive is irrelevant here. There was a violation, and if there was a violation, I expect and hope that you will find that there was a violation. And as you can see from the emails, there was a considerable effort that amounted to considerable time to recover from this, where normally, and I have sat with folks, sit with them at a desk, we discuss some topic, I see something that they're showing me, I ask, what's the policy on such and such, and they say, fine,
let me
and
stop
they
you
give
right
it to
there.
me at the very
Mr.
moment that
Warfield,
we're sitting.
You've answered the question.
Okay.
I would say that as experienced as you are with the ordinance, and as many IDRs and information requests as you've submitted, I find it odd that you would rely on a oral request as the basis for your case here. I just find that's not like you. You're more detail-oriented than that, and you would have, taken notes, presumably at this meeting, said, okay, based on this, here's everything I would want. So I'm just stating off the top of the record.
There's nothing more specific than pointing to a specific screen or document and saying, I would like a copy of that.
Yes, Mr. Warfield.
And if I'm sitting there...
If you are nothing, if nothing else, you are meticulous. And in my experience with your work here at the task force, I find it strange that you would not have put this in writing. That's all I'm pointing out. I think this might be a good time to also point out to the other two members of the task force that we heard two very similar cases to this that had different numbers, 15083 and 15133. I am not convinced that these two cases are any different than those cases. So we do have some history with this. We did find a violation in one case, but not the other. It is my opinion, and my opinion only, that this is an effort to find a violation in the case that we originally, as a full task force, did not find a violation on. And that is the one before us now, 15161. From my recollection, again, this is my personal recollection, it seemed, as Library Commission appointed Ms. Lent to spearhead this Bibliocommons effort. I think she was learning on the job as well. There was a lot of missed calls back and forth. There's vacations involved, I think, for both parties. But in the end, is my recollection, and I hope the minutes will bear this out, and the audio file that a lot of time was given to Mr. Warfield about the BiblioCommons, about training, about getting information. The webinar was working, it wasn't working. And as he's just said, he's received the information he wanted. I think this is a bit of a fishing expedition to then find a violation where we didn't before. Again, that's my personal opinion. That hasn't changed. And I was involved in looking at this earlier as vice chair with the previous chair. I don't see any new information. I don't see a way of spinning this differently to validate putting this particular case before the full task force, because I don't see any new information. That's my position on this particular case. And we can talk about 15162 afterwards. But that's the background I wanted to give.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
You're good?
For now.
So is there a protocol for dealing with an issue that might be duplicative? Has this group had any history with this?
And I have an additional question, too, on those previous cases. Were they specifically about, the screenshots that Mr. Warfield had seen and requested printouts of those screenshots, or was it about the webinar, which in his presentation seemed to imply that that's what the previous complaint was about?
Right. So just to answer those questions first, Chair Canada's, as far as procedure, I think, from what I understand, if the task force and ultimately chair, I guess it boils down to the chair, deems that the item is duplicative, they are not required to hear it. If the complainant disagrees, he's welcome to take that to the Ethics Commission and have them look into it. Because there was some talk about Mr. Warfield filing a complaint against the task force for not hearing these duplicative items. So that's how it's been handled. Is there room for improvement in those policies? I definitely think so. That's something that can go to our rules committee, and we can use this as a case study, perhaps, to because my 5 years here, we haven't really had this issue pop up, but it's a good issue to look at more closely. I think ultimately the litmus test is there any new evidence provided? I just don't see it in these cases. We're hearing similar testimony from before. I think Mr. Warfield's going into a little more detail about screenshots he saw, but again, it was about that 1 hour or whatever it was meeting and information he requested during that meeting, so that hasn't changed.
So I just want to be very clear. Was the previous cases about information he didn't get at the meeting in question?
I think I believe, and it's been over a year, so my memory might be wrong on this, but there was two separate items. One was the webinar, which should have been public but wasn't at the time. I believe we found a violation on that. And the second is this meeting with Ms. Lent about screenshots that he didn't get as a result of his oral request on the spot.
So that was already before the task force?
Yes.
Ms. Lent has been here testifying the same exact thing?
Absolutely.
About Mr. Warfield, is that correct?
That was case 15133 and 15083.
Is Ms. Lent here testifying the same exact thing for the same screenshots?
Absolutely not. Okay. This is completely new. Mr. Hyland is fabricating and coming up with reasons and excuses to kick this out.
But tell me how it's different.
What was the same? We haven't heard what was the same. There was never a complaint about refusing to provide copies of screenshots that were viewed during a meeting. There was never a complaint about that.
What was the previous complaint about?
I don't know what he's talking about. There were 4 complaints that I had filed last year. There were 2 that went forward. One was heard in November. Both were heard in November that went forward. One was about a webinar which 5 weeks earlier, the day after Mr. Lambert mentioned it at a library commission meeting, I went to the executive offices and made an immediate disclosure request to see the webinar. In a fairly short time, the response came back, it doesn't exist. We heard in testimony on that case in November that Mr. Lambert had done a cursory review, hadn't asked anybody who might know, like maybe Laura Lent, like the vendor, like the IT department, and simply brushed off that request by saying that the webinar didn't exist. The other complaint that I had in November, which the task force took no action on, it didn't vote that what the library did was legal, and it didn't vote that it was illegal, had to do with my access to telephone contact with Laura Lent over a 2-week period. And that I had been told to contact her, that she said she would be available at certain times of the day for specific questions about the general subject of Bibliocommons and any questions that I might have that might require oral information. This was not about oral information. This was about documents. This complaint was on a date 5 weeks after the first. This was with Laura Lent. The other one had to do with, well, if we're talking about 133, this was about sitting with her, and the previous one was about phone access to Laura Lent and presumably others as well. It was about doors slamming. This was a meeting that was in progress. This was happening. This was a month before. So it's got nothing to do with either complaint. And when Mr. Hyland says his opinion is that it's duplicating, he hasn't shown a single specific example from any specific document or any specific complaint. Let him show us what is repeating here. Show us in the prior complaints and specify what it is that is duplicating. Missed calls, vacation, that has nothing to do with sitting in a room with Laura Lent and saying, I would like a copy of that document, I'd like a copy of that next document, I'd like a screenshot of that. The fact that he says a lot of time was given to me,
all right.
I would be happy to discuss that, but it's not relevant to whether they properly followed the law and provided
documents. So let's
documents.
talk about what's relevant. So the at the time that you made the request for the information, that was in February, right? The end of February?
February 20th.
Okay. And the documents you gave us were subsequent, few days later.
Correct. And you can see that right afterwards, I am referring to our meeting, and I'm referring to what we discussed.
Fine. Right. So subsequent to this and subsequent to February 26th communication from Sue Blackman, when did you finally get the documents?
I can't answer that now without doing some research.
Why not?
It was subsequent.
Why not? Here I have a communication that you have with Sunshine Task Force Administrator dated November 19th to 2015, saying that he's in receipt of a complaint with regards to the verbal request that you had for Ms. Lent. And he requested that if there were any other records that you had requested besides this webinar, to please provide them, and you were unresponsive to that.
Can you refer to a page number?
168. And on the same day, just like 20 minutes, 15 minutes earlier, you had sent a letter to him, email to him during this request is for a hearing on the following complaint. So this is the beginning of your complaint.
Do you have a page number you're referring to?
Same thing, page 168 at the bottom.
Okay.
Okay, so you're filing a complaint November 19th for something that happened in February. So I'm asking, did you receive the documents, the screenshots that you're here for, that this case is about?
I believe I did.
Did you receive them before November 19th?
If I received them, I would have received them before then.
Okay, so I'm not following what the violation is here.
There is a timeliness requirement and there is an operational requirement. The operational requirement is that the agency respond to requests for records promptly and without unnecessary delay. And in this case, Laura Lent wouldn't respond to the request at all. I had to scramble to figure out, well, what was it that she was taking notes on? What was it that we looked at? We looked at a variety of issues, as you can see from just her notes. If your argument is that the fact that I eventually got records after a lot of additional effort, I don't see that that's relevant. You're making the argument that people violating the law and then throwing a requester into a lot of effort and a lot of delay, if that final delivery then makes everything else go away, I don't think that's a proper argument.
Let's look at the law. When you look at the law on the Sunshine Ordinance with regards to oral requests for information, there is no time frame for the response. It just says that it shouldn't take more than 15 minutes of that person's time.
Okay.
A public employee. So if you're asking for specific records, there's a process for that in the ordinance.
Right.
Okay? And that process is to file for a request. And if you file for the request, then you have, if it's an IDR, then it's, as soon as possible. If it's not an IDR, then it's 10 days, right? So I think that's what this kind of boils down to.
Section 6721.
Yeah.
Let's differentiate. There's a request for oral information. So I might say, Member Wolf, were you here for the last 5 meetings? And you might just tell me. That might be a request. But if I say that specific record, that is a request for a document. I was requesting documents. The form of the request, the way that it was delivered, was orally. And that's contemplated in 6721, as my complaint says. It says, Section 6721 says, every person having custody of any public record or public information shall at normal times and during normal and reasonable hours of operation without unreasonable delay permit the public record and so on and so forth to be expected and examined by any person, and shall furnish one copy thereof upon payment of a reasonable copying charge. Section B, custodian of a public record, which in this case was Laura Lent, shall, as soon as possible and within 10 days, following receipt of a request for inspection or copy of a public record, comply with such request. And here's the key. Such request may be delivered to the office of the custodian by the requester orally or in writing by fax, postal delivery, or email. So if I'm sitting with you and we're looking through a file or we're looking at screens that you're showing me.
Through the chair.
I'd like for him to finish because
all right.
If he's going to come here and make this complaint and challenge the task force,
Yeah.
then I want him to make his
Fair
case.
enough.
Okay, so that everything is out on the table. If there is something to find here, then we'll find it. If not, then we'll all know what it is, and we can deal with it at time. But
apologies. Carry on.
Sure.
I'm not here to challenge the task force.
But you are, and because this has been on the same issue for many complaints. So if this is something new, then I really want to know that it's new, because this is something that's going back over a year ago. Okay, that some of us haven't even been here for. So to find something as a blanket violation without hearing the minutia, we can't do that.
This is not a blanket. This is not a blanket violation. I've been very specific. February 20th, I sat at a meeting with Laurel Lent. We were looking at the so-called partner portal, which was the library's basically showing me original documents having to do, and our purpose primarily was problem reports. And during that meeting, I made a number of requests for specific documents, actual documents, not what was in anybody's head, and not for a chance to get into the room, but I was there. And I don't see why why there's any question that that happened, and that you've even heard Laurel Lent say she probably should have, or she should have responded to the oral requests. The ordinance says that documents can be requested in a variety of ways. And since we were sitting there and I could say, that screenshot, I'd like a screenshot of that, and then she made notes, and you have seen the notes or you have them in front of you, I figured that's the normal way that people deal if you're looking at documents. And the Section 6721 requires responsiveness. Whether they gave a lot of documents or when they gave a lot of documents, that's something that is a whole nother issue and a whole nother story. But in this moment, I was looking for copies of these documents, and she refused to give them to me, telling me that I have to go through an immediate disclosure request to Sue Blackman, the Library Commission Secretary.
Through the chair. Member Wolf, could I ask Ms. Lent a question at this point? John? Ms. Lent, if you could approach. Thank you, Mr. Warfield. So this goes to that meeting when you were sitting there, and these screenshots were coming up. And let's just confirm, the screenshots were public documents?
Most of them. What we were looking at is the administrative portal for the Bibliocommons site, and most of what's contained in there were public documents. However, some of the trouble tickets include identifying patron information, library card numbers, and passwords, because issues with Bibliocommons had to be solved that way. So before we ultimately were able to provide Mr. Warfield with the trouble tickets, we had to go through and do some redaction.
And the documents that had no personal information, did you have the capacity to sit there and just hit a print button and give it to him as he asked for it?
No, because he wants screenshots of everything, and it's very, very time-consuming to take a long document and provide. He likes the screenshots because they show provenance of the material more accurately, whereas in a previous information request, I had sent him a document that he requested in Word that was from the partner portal, but that didn't show it was a Word document, it didn't clearly show the provenance, and so he wanted it in screenshots. So it takes takes a long time to do all this. I knew it wasn't going to be something that we would do that day unless we were there for hours and hours. And I have an assistant that I like to, delegate it to.
And then again, just to kind of refresh my memory, and I think I have a pretty good recollection of that past case. Were you with the Library Commission before? Were you brought in for Bibliocommons specifically? Were you like the trainer for Bibliocommons? Was that your role at that point?
No, I'm the head of the Collections and Technical Services Division for the library, and so co-implementing Bibliocommons and working with a large team of people across the library, because anything that has to do with our catalog involves multiple departments. So it was just a project that I was working on as part of my job.
Okay. And then just a quick question, this might be off topic. The adoption of Bibliocommons by your library, what was the process that led to that? Just very quickly. It
was actually a decision that was made a number of years before we actually did it by I guess Brian Bannon at that time was.
Okay. So it's something that was decided on that was sitting latent and that was fine.
It was decided on, and then it took a number of years to actually, set aside the funding and work on the contract was very complex.
Okay.
It took a long time
and was
to do
that
the
noticed
contract.
at all to the members of the public about, okay, we've now finally going to move on Biblical Commons, it's coming online, X, Y, Z?
It was definitely part of the budget process.
Okay, so it had been in the budget.
So it was in the budget. I don't know that it was especially called out, though.
Okay, thank you.
Otherwise,
I have a question. Sure. So as you and Mr. Warfield are going through these screenshots, and he's saying, I would like this, and you're saying you could not print that right at that point. Are these notes you made specific to each of the screenshots he was asking for?
Yeah, the things he was asking for were documents that were in the partner portal, and I was taking notes because I thought that then I would get a written IDR for those things, and I thought it would make it easier for me to go back and identify them correctly because the partner portal has a lot of material in it.
And if you stated before that because of this complaint, you became aware of the fact that there can be an oral request.
Yeah, and
if you knew that at that point, how were these documents going to be produced at that point? So if you knew you were this was an oral request, and you're saying you couldn't print these screenshots, how would they have been?
Right. I would have given the list of documents to my assistant, and he would have,
cut and paste.
Cut and pasted them.
Into a Word
It's
document.
a laborious process because, even one page of a document is generally 2 screenshots. So it just takes a while. It's painstaking, and I wouldn't feel it would be very awkward and time consuming to do that during a meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Ms. Lynn. The screenshots that were eventually made into sendable documents, either electronically or hard copy or whatever, when were those sent to Mr. Warfield?
I don't have the exact date, but I think he had all of it certainly no more than 2 weeks later. I mean, it may have been less, but I don't think it was even 2 weeks.
But it wasn't 2 months?
Oh, no.
Okay.
And
It wasn't 1 month?
No.
Okay.
And it was after he requested of it from Ms. Blackman. Is that when you started to compile and put together? Okay.
Yeah.
So it might have been longer than his original oral request. But,
it took longer than it would have if I had.
If you'd known it was a request.
Yeah,
I
sure.
understand. Okay.
Yeah, but not a lot longer.
Yeah. And while we're deliberating that, just to refresh my memory, I do believe Mr. Warfield was correct. I think there was originally 4 cases we heard, of which I think we ruled on 1, and it was probably a good 2-3 hours, I think, to hear all that stuff. So this is purely from memory, as I said, purely my opinion, as I said. But I do remember at the takeaway was that a lot of time was spent, and Ms. Lent has referred to it, several meetings, several email exchanges, several phone exchanges with Mr. Warfield, a member of the public, on this particular issue. And I think myself and those that on the task force felt that reasonable accommodation had been made to satisfy a lot of the issues. Now, this particular meeting was referenced, one of several meetings. The detail that he goes into now to flesh this out as a separate case was not referenced, but I don't see any new violations or anything new coming out of this. We've already established, what we thought were violations back then of the 4 cases presented. I don't think we felt this was one, because ultimately those screenshots were provided. And again, this is just my recollection from over a year ago. I'm a little confused as to why this case is before us, and the material's been received, and I'm not sure what the objective here is. other than documenting, what we already know.
Well, for me, what's important to me, and the only thing that seems to be on the table here is, first of all, I want to say with regards to oral information, if you're calling somebody up on the phone and you're asking them to respond to you orally, or you walk up to a desk and you ask for somebody to respond to you orally, the ordinance only requires that they not be, that it should not take more than 15 minutes of time. But that is not what's before us. What's before us is that, as Mr. Warfield had explained, okay, that under 6721, that a request for information, written information that could be printed out or what have you, can be made either orally or written in writing. Okay? At the time of that oral request, it then let's say it's a regular request, okay? It would be 10-day turnaround, okay, unless it was voluminous, okay? So I don't know if it was voluminous or not. I don't know if it took that much more time. Ms. Lent's testimony, obviously both the complainant and the respondent they don't know when the chronology was of when the documents were delivered or received, which is even more confusing to me. That makes it even tougher, okay? Because if you're going to find, even if it was a written request and it wasn't delivered within 10 days, if nobody remembers whether it was 10 days or not, then what case do we have? Because that's what the law, we're only here to follow the law and to try to adjudicate the law. So if I make a request that orally or written, and I don't remember whether it came within 10 days or not, and neither is the respondent, then how are we supposed to, as quote-unquote the judges, supposed to determine whether there was a violation or not? That is what's of concern to me here. So I don't see in any of the documents in front of me that I've read when the documents were delivered and when they were received. And so, Mr. Lambert, you wanted to say something. I will allow it. Yeah, okay.
If I may, sir, the original complaint filed by the Library Users Association for allegedly violating the Administrative Code, Section 67.21, for failure to respond to a request for public records in a timely and/or complete manner during normal and reasonable hours of operation without unreasonable delay and without requiring an appointment in regards to Bibliocommons. That was already heard by the task force, and it's the library's position that this specific complaint today is a subset of that original complaint that was already heard, and the full sunshine.
But Mr. Lambert, what specifically was the information requested in that case? Okay, that's what's on the table here. Is it any and all information? Was it the specific information on that particular day? Or was it a blanket of all meetings and all documents and all information relating to Bibliocommons? What was it?
I have a fuller chronology here, and it was
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking for chronology.
It was a blanket for any and all information in that original complaint, including the screenshots that he's referencing today.
Was this prior to the February 20th meeting?
These requests for public records span a period of time predating and also following this specific instance that we're talking about.
But the specific case that you're talking about, what period of time was that covering?
This is covering from January 2015 through April of 2015.
Okay, Mr. Warfield, can you clarify now this? Was the information that you are the information that you asked for in the February 20th meeting, was that inclusive of that January through April period of time in that same, for everything about Pavilion Commons?
I'm sorry to say that Mr. Lambert's memory is highly incorrect. The request for the webinar was a very specific request that was on paper as an immediate disclosure request the day after he referenced it at a Library Commission meeting January 15th. And I came to the offices with a handwritten immediate disclosure request for just that webinar on that, made the request on that day. It was a webinar that he said he had attended, I believe it was January 8th, and he was reporting to the Library Commission how this clarified some privacy issues that we had raised, including in a published article in a local paper.
But the complaint that was inclusive of that is
No, there was nothing inclusive.
As what he just said, which seemed, now I don't have that complaint in front of me. I don't have that case in front of me to know what your complaint was about.
Well, then let's look at the paperwork. Let him show us what the duplication is. Because I can tell you, if you give me time enough to look, the complaint which we won in November was regarding specifically that webinar. It was a 6-1 vote with Pill opposed, and it found that his denial of that specific record was a violation, and that's all that was at stake. It was a written immediate disclosure request about the webinar only. And he's completely, and how am I going to make a request in January for something that's happening in April? That's what he's claiming.
Okay, wait a minute. Mr. Lambert, can you please come forward?
And I would like to make,
I want you to kind of go over with me again what you just had told us, okay? Because I understand what you're saying, and you're giving us a chronology about certain things, but
Yes,
you're
sir.
not really being very specific about the actual information, okay? And so Mr. Warfield is being very specific, and he's saying that other complaint, okay, whether it was whoever won it or not won it or was dismissed or whatever, that all the other complaints had nothing to do with this particular case. You made a statement that sounded like it was a blanket request for all information and all documents relating to Biblio Commons from January 1st to April. Is that not what you just said?
Well, I stated at the outset what the original complaint was. It was for failure to respond to a request for public records in a timely and/or complete manner. And I have the full...
But which documents?
I just have the original language from his original complaint. It doesn't cite the specific documents that are referenced.
But what was the request that was attached to the documents that the complaint is referring to?
Forgive me, sir. It's been over a year. I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay. But, this is the point of, we're trying to find out where the beginning and the end of this is. I'm happy to go through it to try and either clear the air or find a violation. But without enough information on this, I'm not inclined to take up any more time.
Well, in reference to the February 20th meeting, my records show that Laura Lent met with Mr. Warfield for over 1 hour on February 20th to provide access to the
But that's not my question. My question, you had stated before that this case has no merit because it was already adjudicated in a previous case. And I'm asking if the information regarding Ms. Lent and the oral request for the information of the Biblio Commons screenshots of the partner portal, okay, if that was part of the previous complaint that you had stated was all-inclusive.
That is my understanding. We had provided a response to the task force dated July 29th. And I can provide you this copy if you'd like.
Mr. Warfield is. I got to get some corroboration here, or else there's nothing for us to go on. That's my concern here is that if a public employee was asked for information orally, and they are the custodian of the record, and they did not comply within a certain period of time, okay, basic 10 days, and then if they asked for it because it was voluminous for extra time that they would have it, okay, if they were not responsive to that, then there's something, okay? But I don't even have a date as to when the documents that you were asking for were received. Yes, Ms. Lent.
I got on my phone, and I don't have the actual response that was sent to Mr. Warfield, but I have an email sent to Sue Blackman on February 24th referring to immediate disclosure request, Bibliocommons Developments number 1 from Mr. Warfield that includes attachments that my assistant made for the various documents that he had requested. So I would assume that, within a few days of February 24th, he got the documents in question.
Through the chair, Member Wolf, I might be able to help out here. Yeah. So originally there were 4 cases brought together, as Mr. Warfield said. The first one was, and I'll give you all the numbers here, 15133. That one was the one that we ruled on. There was a violation. Mr. Lambert wasn't aware it was available. It was available. We ruled a violation on the webinar. That took care of that one. 15061, 15081, and 15082 are the other 3 in question. And doing a quick search on our site, I can hopefully pull up exactly what the complaints were in each of those. So 15061, violation 6721 for failure to respond to public records request and timely,
But for what?
Date public record was requested by complainant. Various dates not provided. The complainant was not provided access to request information related to correspondence with and other information related to Bibliocommons, a software provider. Let me pull up the actual, see if I can find the actual complaint within the document here.
But while you're doing that, Ms. Link, can you give me or give us the exact date of that email that says that there was attachments?
Yeah, it was February 24th.
And from whom?
But it was from my assistant to Sue Blackman, and it included the screenshots for the documents that we've been discussing from this meeting. So,
and do you know when Sue Blackman had sent those out?
No, okay. I don't have her. I don't have what she actually sent.
She's here,
when
isn't
she
she?
sent it. Yeah. But I don't know if she has that either. But
But there is an email in this package, 5 of 6, from Sue Blackman to Mr. Warfield, just saying that they're in response to your second item, please find attached a copy of your notes. So that's the notes. And in the first item, treating the first portion of your request as a standard public records request. So we're already 2 days in, because the written response, the letter.
Right, but the question then becomes, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Chair, but the question again is, when was receipt of the the question is, the complaint is whether the library or Ms. Lent was unresponsive. Mm-hmm. That's the question that's before us. Right, Mr. Warfield? Just want to clarify what your complaint is in here, is that Ms. Lent was unresponsive to your oral request in a timely manner.
Correct. She refused. She didn't not respond. She refused. She said she wasn't going to do it, and I have to go to Sue Blackman with an immediate disclosure request.
Okay.
And I'd like to be able to, I'd appreciate if you'd ask me some questions, because
I've
I
asked
think
you
I
a
can,
lot of questions.
Well, I can answer some of the
And
things
some
that
of
we
them you
discussed.
haven't been able to answer.
Sure. What haven't I answered?
When you received the documents.
Okay. I don't consider when I received them from a request to Sue Blackman relevant to a refusal from Laura Lent.
The idea, you made a request, when did you get the documents? Whether or not it came, it doesn't matter who they came from.
If I hadn't gone to a lot of trouble with Sue Blackman, who eventually went back to Laura Lent and so on and so forth, I should have had a simple right, as it says by law, to ask the person who had possession, had custody, I'd like to have a copy of that record. It shouldn't have required any additional effort other than that. An oral request.
You asked for it?
That was a separate request.
Right. So you asked orally, you asked for the screenshots. Okay?
At the meeting.
And
that's right.
And did she not try to comply with it?
No, not at all.
Not
she
at
told
all.
me she refused, and I have to go to Sue Blackman with an immediate disclosure request.
Okay.
Now, I can say something about the previous complaint, if you'd like.
Okay.
The previous complaint was not a blanket covering months and months. If you'd like to look at it, on page 190 of your packet, it says in a complaint dated September 18th, 2015, complaint and hearing request. San Francisco Public Library refused access to a specific requested document, its new online catalog vendors document, quote, webinar. Dear Sunshine Task Force, complaint and request for public hearing, for a library refusal to provide access to a document and access to information related to a document. The document was available to the library from its new catalog vendor, BiblioCommons, and is called a webinar, i.e. a web-based seminar. What happened? This I'm reading. Library Users Association asked in January 2015 to see and listen to a specific BiblioCommons document.
Okay.
And Deputy City Librarian Michael Lambert responded that the document had not been recorded, i.e. did not exist. That's the entirety. Would you like me to read more?
No, I'm reading.
Okay.
Right
So
here.
it was not this is just pure made up. I think, a good defense is an offense. And that's what I think is happening here. Instead of acknowledging that it was another violation, that the library is a repeat violator, they would like to make complaints disappear because they're in some vague and undefined way repetitive.
I appreciate the rhetoric. Okay. What I'm more interested in is trying to get to the detail and to the fact so we can move this along. Okay?
Okay, I'm providing as much detail as I can.
I'm not going to argue on rhetoric.
It's not rhetoric.
Okay.
They haven't provided any evidence, and in fact, Mr. Lambert's testimony is preposterous. How could I have complained in February or in January about something that hadn't yet happened? He said it was a stretch from January to April.
Right, and this happened in February.
Well, this complaint today is February, but the previous complaint that he was referring to, which the task force found in our favor, was about this thing that I just read. It was a specific complaint about a specific denial of access to the webinar.
Okay, so I want clarity.
Through the chair, what were the other three about? And I think the other three is probably what Mr. Lambert is seeing as blanket, because there was three other things, one of which included this meeting with Ms. Lent and some other stuff, all of which we didn't find a violation for. The only thing
Sorry,
that we
there
could,
were only 2 of the 4 complaints that were originally filed that went to a hearing.
Okay.
2 others
So-
were withdrawn. So when you said earlier that there were 4 complaints, you were right that we filed originally 4 complaints, but there were only 2 that were heard.
so what was the other one that was heard, Mr. Warfield? 15081.
15081
Okay.
was about basically doors slamming, that Laura Lent in a specific 2-week period in March was never available by telephone for 15-minute consultations with questions about Bibliocommons. 15133 was that Michael Lambert did not provide the requested webinar.
Done. We're done with 15133, the webinar. We're done with that. We found a violation.
So what?
15081
Yeah.
is about your interactions with Ms. Lent. And as I said, and I'll say it again here, my takeaway was that reasonable, above and beyond reasonable accommodations were made, phone calls returned, back and forth, and that was my and the rest of the task force interpretation of a 3-hour-long session about your interactions with Ms. Lent. We thought that they went above and beyond. They sat down with you on several occasions, emails back and forth. You were on vacation, they're on vacation, there's all that. But in the end, they gave you quite a lot of time for this issue, and we found no violation.
Okay, I'd like to respond to that because I've heard it over and over again, and it's
And within 15081, if you can please show me exactly what you requested. Door slamming doesn't cover it. Now, I'm looking it up online. I'm trying to find your...
Sure, find it.
Okay.
I would like to say something about that generosity of the library with respect to time. There were statements made here that it was a public process and the public was involved. On the contrary, there was no RFP.
Mr. Warfield, I'm going to stop you there.
Well, wait a minute.
That's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. I'd like to ask the chair if I can speak to this issue because he keeps repeating how much time the library gave. It's not related specifically to the responsiveness on this complaint, and I've not had a chance to say yet the gigantic effort. This was a $500,000, $600,000 contract. It was a 3-year contract, and the first more than a year there was nothing for the public provided because the library was working hard to deal with a whole range of very complicated issues. They had enormous amounts of time, and I think Laura Lent could give you some concept of how much time. There were lots of people. There were lots of meetings. Again, there was no RFP that set out the goals. There were no bids from other companies, so one could imagine what it was about. The so-called public awareness through the budget, that's not a discussion of Bibliocommons or catalog. It was a vague, buried line somewhere about catalog improvements. So the public had nothing to go on. Also, when I asked for documentation of this very complex software product, they told me there was none. So they spent thousands of hours and a dozen or more senior people, including Laura Lent, who's a very senior person, over the period of more than a year installing this. And I was trying to find what does it do, how does it work, how is it installed, and not just understand how to make it work, but also the implications with respect to privacy, with respect to testing, with respect to how it works for the public. And to say that the few small hours that they provided, which they documented in a prior complaint response, I added those up, and generously, where they didn't specify the time, it came to something like 7.5 hours or so, less than 10.
Mr. Warfield, thank you. I'm going to interrupt you there.
So I'd like the chair to let me respond because I'm hearing this again. May I have the chair's permission to finish?
Mr. Warfield, I've asked certain questions.
No, this is the chair. I'd like the chair to speak.
Member Highland, if you can wrap up in a minute or two, because we're talking history of an entire system when we are trying to determine if this action here has already been heard. And going back and forth isn't doing it right now. So have a couple of minutes and finish, and then I have a few questions.
Okay. What I want to say is that this was a gigantic problem with no documentation and no run-up, no discussion at the Library Commission prior to January 2015, when the only way that we heard about it was backwards through a request to change the privacy policy. It was so bad on privacy that the city librarian was asking the Library Commission to change the library policy and basically got it. So what I'm saying is that to say that I had a lot of time with the library doesn't speak to the responsiveness question or the fact that this was a huge and long-standing implementation.
Thank you. I'm looking at 15081, a synopsis of it.
Where is that?
Page 189. And it basically says, 6721 and 22, failure to respond.
189?
Normal and reasonable hours without requiring an appointment in regards to biblio-comments.
It's exactly referencing this meeting that you had with Ms. Lent.
And that's,
No, it's not. Show me where it references the February 20th meeting with face-to-face with Ms. Lent.
Mr. Warfield, I'm sorry, but
Show me where it shows
the
it.
onus is on you to show us that the information you're providing is different. And I'm not convinced of that. I'm still not.
The onus is on you to show why this should be thrown out.
5081.
It is a completely different issue. Show me where you say it's duplicative.
okay.
The previous complaint talks about, in detail, on Monday, March 23rd, 2015, I'm reading from 186. Library Users Association telephoned Ms. Lent under her newly announced restrictions, but got no answer. And it goes on. The next day, 3/24/15, Library Users Association called Ms. Lent a second time, perhaps twice, at about 4:30 p.m. and shortly after. And again, there was no answer. Later that week on Friday, it goes on in detail about our attempts to follow the library's overly restrictive and probably illegal restrictions, but we nonetheless tried to play along with it, and goes on at the bottom paragraph. The following week, Library Users Association called Ms. Lent on Thursday afternoon, 3/26 at about 4:30. No answer. So this was going on and on about a 2-week period during which we tried to play by the library's rules of access for oral information from Ms. Lent, and we never got through in the entire 2-week period. So it's a completely different complaint at a completely different time and a completely different circumstance and completely different things that were wanted. In this complaint, there was time on the phone wanted. In today's complaint, I'm sitting with Laura Lent. I'm seeing screens. I say, oh, I would like a copy of that, and she makes a note. And we go along, and I say, oh, let's look at the, fine. She's helpfully showing. And then I request again. And ultimately, in the same meeting where we're sitting, she says, I'm not giving you anything. If you want any copies, I'm not giving them to you.
Okay.
You have to ask Laura Lent through an immediate disclosure request.
Thank you.
So I want to thank you, Mr. Warfield. So I want to just compartmentalize some of this stuff and deconstruct it a little bit more, because there's a lot of broad stuff going on here. The 4 cases, none of them, even though they're about bibliocommons, none of them regard any meeting with Ms. Lent. Let's just clear the air on that one. Cases 15051, 15061, 15081, 15082 are all against the city librarian, okay? That is a person. That is not an office, okay? And it says, and the San Francisco Public Library, okay? This particular case, we can only take cases as they come to us for what the complaint is on the face of it. This complaint is against Ms. Lent for and I'll read from the original request for a complaint on page 168 from Libraries User Association, Peter Warfield, the Executive Director. This is a request for a hearing on the following complaint. During a meeting with the San Francisco Public Library's possessive, Laura Lent, to learn about Bibliocommons, Ms. Lent refused to honor oral requests for information, for example, to provide a hearing / seeing of Bibliocommons webinar that occurred in early January, which Michael Lambert. So is this not about this case?
The webinar that I'm referring to occurred in early January, I believe January 8th.
Okay.
And so that is one of the
So
documents
that's
I was
not-
requesting.
So this is not applicable to that.
This has nothing to do with the case that we won.
Okay. So
Concerning
this
that
applies to
webinar.
that.
Pardon?
I don't need that.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm looking for your original complaint.
Well, I just read it.
No, I want to see it.
Page 190. I just read it. Page
Okay.
190.
So September 18th?
Yes.
Okay.
Complaint and hearing request. San Francisco Public Library refused access to a specific requested document dash its new online catalog vendors document, comma, quote, webinar.
But it says the document was available to the library from its new catalog vendor, Bibliocommons, and is called a webinar.
Yes.
So I don't understand.
We're back to the webinar.
The webinar was something that Michael Lambert had. I'm not sure what you don't understand. Let's
Because
ask
you're
that.
saying that Ms. Lent, I'm going to ask Ms. Lent a question in a moment, okay? But you're saying that what you were asking for of Ms. Lent
Screenshots.
were screenshots, okay?
On February 20th, from February 20th meeting. Screenshots of problem reports, problem resolutions, problem report discussions. And if you look
Right,
at
but
your...
you state in your opening of your complaint, the document was available to the library from its new catalog vendor, Bibliocommons, and is called a quote-unquote webinar, i.e. web-based seminar. So isn't
on the
that
previous complaint.
No, we're looking for the current
the
complaint.
current complaint?
Okay, the current complaint on 167. Where does it say it's available to the library? I'm just saying that she refused to honor oral requests for information.
I get that. I get that. On 167. So this is dated November 19th. Okay. Got it. Okay, Ms. Lent. Thank you, Mr. Warfield.
Thank you.
You're probably going to reiterate some things, but I just want to clarify.
Sure.
For the rest of us here,
Sure.
based upon, I'm going to read it, okay?
Yeah.
During a meeting with San Francisco Public Library's Laura Lent to learn about Bibliocommons, Ms. Lent refused to honor oral requests for information, for example, to provide, this is what I just read before, to provide a hearing or seeing of the Bibliocommons webinar that occurred in early January, which Michael Lambert said he had participated in.
Yeah.
Did you refuse?
No, we clicked on it and it wouldn't work because we didn't have QuickTime installed on our computers. You know, I didn't refuse. We were technically unable
Okay.
at that moment.
Hold on.
to get to work.
Mr. Warfield, you're claiming that in page 167 that this is the complaint that you wanted to have a hearing on here today, that we're having on here today. Is that correct?
The complaint that I made that we're hearing today is on page 167.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't talk about screenshots. It says refuse to honor oral requests for information, for example, to provide a hearing or seeing of the webinar.
She didn't provide a hearing or seeing of the webinar. She didn't provide a reference to the. She actually suggested that some of her staff might be able to show it, but then she didn't make any.
Okay. So,
effort
Ms.
to-
Lynn?
But let me just say, I'm talking about oral requests, and I'm using the webinar as an example.
Okay.
It's not the only thing I'm asking.
I got it. Ms. Lynn. So, at the end of when he asked for, and I understand that you may not have understood how the ordinance works with regards
Right.
to oral requests.
Right.
But at the end of his meeting, the meeting that you guys had together,
Right.
and he was looking over your
Yeah.
shoulder, and you were
Yeah.
flipping through pages,
Yeah.
and you were either doing print screen to get screenshots, or however you do screenshots.
Well, no, we were just looking at the information together on the partner portal.
And was he saying, "I want a copy of that. I want a copy of that"?
Honestly, I'm racking my brain
Okay.
to remember if it was that how
But in
that
the
was how it
end,
worked.
in
But
the end,
yeah,
he wanted screenshots.
I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
In the end, he
did.
wanted screenshots. Okay,
That's probably true.
But at the end of that meeting, did you or did you not refuse to give him printouts?
I did.
Okay.
I told him that I wanted him to submit it as an IDR to Ms. Blackman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
That's all I need to know. So that's really what we needed to get to the crux
Right.
of.
Rebuttals?
Let's do rebuttals.
Have we already had rebuttals? We kind of
No,
have.
we haven't.
Rebuttals. Who goes?
I believe
The
we start with the
respondent.
respondent.
Respondent, rebuttal.
So this is just summary, basically. Okay.
Could you come up to the mic and say that you don't have anything to say
Yeah.
if that's the case?
Yeah, no, I'd just like to reiterate that it was a learning experience for me, and in the next meeting that we had, I took good notes and provided him with, over 80 screenshots. And there were a number of IDRs before this meeting. There were a number after. This was the only, that was the first time I'd been approached with the, the oral information type of request.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
yeah.
I'd like to say something. Sue Blackman again.
No.
No, I'm responding
No.
to...
That was
No.
the rebuttal.
This is
That was a rebuttal. I'm part of the rebuttal. I want to say
No.
that Laura presented. Everybody else has been able to speak at
Yeah,
this
I know,
meeting,
but-
and I'm going to speak.
no.
Come on.
Mr. Warfield.
This is a completely different, fresh complaint about a very specific, discrete incident, and I think you're following it, and I appreciate it. The library's argument is that once they denied me the webinar in January on a claim that it didn't exist from Mr. Lambert's cursory, that's what he testified in November, that now I can't file any complaints about anything to do with the webinar. That's like saying if you parked illegally in January and 5 weeks later in February you parked somewhere else illegally, if you got a ticket in January, you can't get any tickets subsequently. That's nonsense. When the library violates the law on this date and on that date and request with respect to this or that, those are separate and independent complaints. And I believe they are trying to make a counter story, which is, well, let's say this, in their response letter and in their statements, there is no claim anywhere that what they did is legal. I think you need to stick to what happened. Was it legal? And there's been no showing that this was duplicating anything other than the general topic. I mean, are you going to say that I can only file one complaint in my lifetime against the library? They are repeat violators, and we already know that from prior experience. I'm not asking you to go back to those things, but what I'm saying is you allow multiple complaints against the same department, and if the different people at different times have been denied documents, those are fresh complaints. And this is a completely fresh complaint. And the library makes no claim to legality in its letter. All it says is, you found a violation. He won in November on the January complaint, so therefore it's over, and we get a free pass to unlawfully deny him a document that we have access to, and which sitting with Laurel Lent looking at problem reports and the partner portal was obvious. There it was. Now, how complicated would it have been for Ms. Lent, a senior person with a lot of people under her, to press Control Print? How hard would that be? Control and print screen, copy it onto a Word document. Ask somebody who does that routinely. I do. That's how you do it. And if you can't do it at the moment, then you use the notes she was already making, and you provide it the next hour or the next day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So back to us.
I'm just going to read something real quick here from agenda packet from November 4th, 2015, when this came up again. November 4th, 2015.
There is no page. It's on the web.
It's coming up, 278.
It's not in today's packet. This is part of the packet from November, I believe.
Yeah, and again, this is a letter. This is a response submitted by the library. So I'm setting it correct stage here. But basically, of course, I've lost it now. Yeah, never mind, I've lost it. Anyhow, just thinking about this, and we can certainly have some public comment on this, I would think, but yes, there was a violation, but it's almost like on a technicality. Oh, there's an oral requirement. Yes. The material was provided. We don't know if it's timely or not, but everything has been provided. And what I was going to read is that there was up to 40 different screenshots subsequent in a March meeting that the library did provide to Mr. Warfield. That's in here in this letter. So that there was a lot of effort made to accommodate these requests. If we're going to refer this, as a committee to the full task force for consideration with a recommendation to find a violation, I think we have to craft it very accurately and narrowly so that we can move on it. Because, this, I believe, has taken a lot of time, merited or unmerited. And I would certainly like to distill this down to where it needs to be. I think in general, overall, I still think it is duplicative. I really do. Because we heard this incident, other incidents, all as part and parcel of this whole issue, this grand, picture. And we ruled at the time that we did not find a violation because efforts were made by the Library Commission on a new system to provide the information Mr. Warfield wanted. That was our overall consensus. And being the only one here that was part of that, that's kind of still how I feel. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, so my feeling is I think we can distill this down very simply. I just want to say, the purpose of this whole thing around around the California Public Records Act and Freedom of Information Act is so that the public knows what its government is doing. And in the course of doing either research or getting information or finding out what's going on about something, subsequent stuff can come up. Okay, it's just the nature of the beast. Okay, some people don't go that deep, and other people do. Okay, be it as it may, our job is to just take the complaints as they come. Now, I agree. If something, if it talks and walks and squeaks like a duck, it could be a duck. But we really don't know until we know what the actual details are. So we don't know. And that's what I'm trying to discern here, because all the previous complaints were not about Ms. Lent specifically. Now, if people think that he's on Mr. Warfield or anybody is on a hunt to try and just find violations just for the sake of finding violations, okay, I don't know. This is a case that goes back a year, okay? If this happened very recently, I might have a different response to that. But it goes back a year, so I really don't have any idea except what's in front of me and what I could read. But all I can tell you is that the complaint seems somewhat timely. Okay, so I'm going to just leave that part. Now, to distill the what I'm hearing is that there was a meeting. There was an oral request for information. The request was denied. Okay? Subsequently, at a second meeting, whether it was in person or not, it was not denied. Okay? So we know now that this isn't like something willful, like it's not something serial that's happening over and over again. It happened to one person who may have, sounds like from her own testimony, a pretty good judge of character. I think that she honestly had never been confronted with an oral request for information on that. Whether or not she could have printed something out on the spot, I don't know. I don't know the computer setup that she was at, whether she had a printer near her, whether the system was working to be able to print at that time. It doesn't matter. The point is did the complainant, did the requester get the documents eventually? I believe he did. Both parties are saying that the documents were received. Never mind when they were. The complaint is not about whether the documents were received or not. It's about what transpired at that meeting when the oral request was made. That is it. Okay? So I am inclined to find a violation of 6721 for not being responsive to an oral request. Okay? You can't just turn an oral request and then turn it into now you have to make another request. It's either an oral request or a written request. It doesn't have to happen twice. Okay? And that's how I'm going to distill it. And nothing else applies. The previous cases were not about Ms. Lent. They were about Mr. Herrera.
Yeah.
Okay?
I not having been part of any of the previous cases, I don't see it as duplicative either. I mean, I think this is, as Member Wolf stated, I think this is for this one specific meeting where a request was made orally and it was denied, and Ms. Lent has admitted that she didn't understand that was the law. You know, she had never received one, and I think that's the whole case. I think there is a violation. I think it should be, you know, in the write-up, I think it should state that Ms. Lent and the department now realize it, and in a subsequent meeting have followed the ordinance.
I can read if you want. I found it November 5th. And this is DCA COLA's summary notes of the 4 cases and how they're distilled down. 15081, complaint by the Library Users Association against City Librarian Luis Herrera and SFPL for violations of 61, 21, and 22. Failure to respond to requests for public records in a timely and or complete manner during normal and reasonable hours of operation, without unreasonable delay, and without requiring an appointment in regards to Bibliocommons. The library's response shows webinar issue was not the webinar. And the second piece. No, this just refers. Never mind. Lost that part again. Anyhow. Well, I think, if you repackage it and put it against Ms. Lent specifically, but it's based out of the same information that we heard in a previous meeting, there's still some concern for me that might be duplicative, but it's just repackage.
I just want to be clear, because I want to be correct about this. What part is being repackaged?
It's still talking about his dealings with Miss Lent in person, on the phone, all that. We now know that he's received that material. And instead of listing the department head, which is normally advised and correct, he's now taking that out and just addressing it to Miss Lent directly, based on Laura Lent and the SFPL, rather than...
But was the previous case about receiving the documents, or was it about a refusal to produce the documents?
Let's read.
I mean, it seems like splitting hairs, but it's
failure to respond to public records requests. And just on that note, and I'll say this again if this goes before the full task force, for someone to sit there and say, oh, that looks interesting, Mr. Warfield's words, to, it's going to be hard to put together, can you file an IDR and we'll get to it. Is that really refusal, or is that because she thought that was what he was going to do, and Mr. Warfield, if nothing else, knows is very complete in all his previous dealings, I'm sure, with the library. I wonder how many oral requests he's had. Usually I'm sure he puts down in writing, and that's what they're used to receiving from him. Mm-hmm. So I think there is a bit of a gray area there in that he says, I definitely want a copy of that right here and now. That's a strong statement, versus that looks interesting, to she's saying, no, absolutely, I won't give it to you, to saying, please file an IDR with Ms. Blackman. There's some gray in there.
Well, let me offer you this. Here's a system that is not generally open to for the public view, that he's been given special dispensation, a tour of. So he's
that was our feeling in the
right.
task force, that they've made special dispensations to him.
So what? So it's It's an accommodation. People get accommodated all the time for various things.
Right.
The point here is that it's not something he can just dial up on the internet and look at and then say, I want page number 2,
yeah.
page number 5. Here's a URL for this page or anything like that. He's not at the controls.
No, but my point is that the library uses, the SFPL was, their general stance was accommodating this access, this special access. Leads.
But what does that have to do with refusing to produce the documents?
I don't think they did refuse to. I think she was trying to get him to put it in a formal request that she could check against her notes to make sure that she got everything.
But she understood in the second meeting that what his oral request was an actual oral request, and she did comply appropriately in the second time around without having to be prodded. She did that automatically.
I think there's probably already an IDR in progress at that point, from what I'm reading.
No, well, but they had conversations back and forth about certain documents later. The point here in the first part is that if the oral request was made and said, oh, that looks interesting, can you make me a copy of all those items? Okay? I'm requesting those items. Make me a copy of those. If you can't print them out here today, get them to me, accordingly. Okay? Under the Sunshine Ordinance. And that would be a question maybe I'll have of
Yeah, and it does,
of Mr. Warfield now
Yeah, and
is that whether this was an oral request.
a formal oral request.
Formal oral request. Was it, Mr. Warfield? Did you say I'm making an oral request under the Sunshine Ordinance, as you would in a written request, as you do?
Not as we went along, but when she backed away and said, I have to make an immediate disclosure request, it's clear she understood I was requesting those documents. In all my 20 years of dealings with the library, I always ask the question, where is it written? And I always want to see the document. And I was sitting with her, and it wasn't a matter of, I don't know if I said interesting, but I requested copies of specific things. She has acknowledged it.
Mr.
She
Warfield,
acknowledged that she, can I finish?
Let me just ask this question.
Mr. Chair, may I finish? She acknowledged
We got your
that she,
answer.
the chair said I...
Meeting.
Not you. Silence.
Well, it's not you either.
Okay, calm down. Let him finish. You ask them a question, let him answer.
Ms. Lent already acknowledged that she understood these were information requests. She had written notes as to what they were. When she said to make an immediate disclosure request, she understood that I wanted copies, and now she wanted me to go through another process and not get them from her. That was clear, and she's acknowledged that, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Warfield, when she suggested, and I think it was a suggestion rather than she backed up or she changed her tune or whatever, and said, oh, you must file an IDR, she probably just suggested it, and not just my interpretation. Did you then tell her, actually, I just made an oral request, which under Sunshine is a formal request? Did you use those words?
Perhaps if you would read what I gave you,
Answer the
it would
question.
help. Yes, I said to you, and I wrote it down in the memos that I gave you today, that I did something. I orally told you here that I did something I don't usually like to do because I think it's kind of the atomic bomb. I like to deal with people who are cooperative, and I'm cooperative, and I ask for something and they say sure. I don't have to go through. So where is?
So basically, after all the time they gave you, you threw the book at them and said, well, actually, this is the Sunshine
They
Ordinance.
didn't give me all the time. If you want to get into a discussion
I don't
about
want to get
all the
to that
time
question.
about a year-long $600,000
Mr. Warfield, thank
thing
you.
that
You've
took
answered the
dozens of
question.
people,
You've answered
let
the question.
me show you
No.
on the...
I have the answer I want.
Okay,
Thank you.
no, I want to answer it. It's in the memos that I said...
You've already answered
that
it.
I gave you.
You've already answered it. Thank you.
And I said
you.
in here...
Mr. Chair, I already have the answer. Thank you.
Okay,
I said in one of the notes that I had requested, that I had specified specifically that...
Mr. Chair, point of order. I already have my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warfield.
I specified the law...
Thank you. Yes, we're fine here.
Is there any further discussion or a motion from the...
We can handle it. Thanks. Okay, so I'm still gonna make a motion to find a violation of 6721 for refusal to provide the information on the grounds that employees should know about these things. And I understand that it was Ms. Lent's kind of first time that this was happening. I think that it would have been appropriate to just take the list, maybe check in with Mr. Warfield and say, is these all the items that you want, and just process it. If she was concerned about there being personal information or confidential information that might be released, then to tell, as with a written request, same difference, okay? I don't believe many people in the city know that a request can be made orally, okay? So, I mean, to me, it's fairly simple, okay? I think if we recommend it to the full task force, that it be recommended just with that and no other action. That's it, okay? And this is I mean, obviously, I wish this came between the two periods of time of the meeting that Mr. Warfield had with Ms. Lent and the time of the second time. And it makes more sense, okay? And that's why for me, it's just pretty basic on that. There is a violation, I feel, but I'm not willing to make a huge deal about this.
I would second that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
May I make a suggestion? That we reference the February 20th request.
Sorry?
That we reference the February 20th request.
Yes, the specific to that particular, well, February 28th? Is that
20th.
Right?
February 20th.
Second,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yes, 20th, right.
20th, yeah.
Correct.
So this is a oral request violation, which is
Right,
what you're referencing.
right.
Okay. And it was seconded?
Yep.
Okay. Public comment on the motion.
Members, this is exasperating to go through. I do think you're torturing Mr. Warfield unduly.
Other way around.
As some of you know, I have had a complaint before the library about my personal library record. Even though you found them in violation, and this is more than 6 months ago, I never received my personal library record.
Not germane.
Excuse me, sir, this is public comment.
About the motion.
Definitely germane. That has to do with the
Germane
library.
to the motion.
I'm supporting your motion, and I'm telling you that the reason Mr. Warfield is coming back here repeatedly is because you're all sitting on a bombshell. The library staff is very poorly trained in the use of computers, in the use of its electronic data mining, data services. And I have no doubt from all Mr. Warfield has gone through, and certainly from your issuance of violations, that they don't want the public to know what's going on with Bibliocommons, not to mention all the other electronic, very, very expensive services the library, the taxpayers are paying for. This is what is at the heart of the whole thing. This is why you're going through all of this. I hope we can someday get to the bottom of it, but we're nowhere near the bottom of it.
Members of Compliance Amendments, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I want to say I support wholeheartedly the motion to find a violation. The reason I do so is the fact that Mr. Warfield had a public meeting. He made an oral request. The request was denied. It was subsequently followed up on, and he did get the documents eventually. But the simple fact that on the day he requested it, and as I understand the law, if I come in and ask to see public records and say I would like a copy, then the normal procedure is make a copy and give it to me. Ms. Lent refused to do that. And though she did follow up and she did correct her behavior further on, that's great. Now, with all due respect to Member Highland, he is really stretching, trying to prove that his original decision in these matters is correct. And why he feels that Mr. Warfield and I should be punished because we know the law and we have to then have some particular statement that we make to get him to understand that we have a right to make an oral request is what he's trying to do. He's trying to say, Mr. Warfield, did you say X, Y, Z? And if you didn't say X, Y, Z, then it was an oral request. The oral request is basically in any form that the person wants to give it. And if I'm sitting there in a meeting with someone and they're taking notes and I say, I want it, that looks good, I'd like that looks good, I'd like that, and the person's making notes, my assumption would be like Mr. Warfield's, that the person's making the list so they know they can get the documents, they know what documents, and they can get it. And subsequently, it looks like she did it in some way, shape, manner, or form, but she also then said, you have to submit another request. Where in the law does it say you have to submit another request? Nowhere. And Mr. Warfield does not have to meet any special criteria. In fact, I'll tell you what these 4 cases all boil down to. The library decided for their convenience that they were going to tell Mr. Warfield that the law relating to public access to records doesn't apply to you. You have to make an appointment. You have to make an appointment with a particular person. They have to make time available for you. And it's at their convenience, not yours, when they want to do it, not what the law says, which is anytime normal business hours. And it didn't work. And it worked very badly. And that's the library's onus to bear that. They set up the plan. If it had worked and Mr. Warfield had gotten all the documents, that would have been one thing. And take your finger away from that button, please. I can't believe, Mr. Kanata, don't let these two, because they happen to be here a long time, bulldoze you. You're in charge of the meeting, and you need to take charge.
Any further public comment? Okay, public comment on the motion is closed.
On that motion, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Chair Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda, item number 6.
Could we
File
have a
number-
break for a moment? It's been 2 hours.
I need a break also.
We would, 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 again, just for facilities
I
break.
need to leave at 8 regardless, so just a heads up. I need to leave at 8 o'clock regardless.
We are on a 5-minute break at this time. We're back on the record. Item number 6, file number 15162, complaint filed by the Library Users Association against Deputy City Librarian Michael Lambert and City Librarian Luis Herrera and the San Francisco Public Library for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21 and 67.22, for failure to respond to a public records request submitted orally, and by discouraging staff from providing information orally in a timely and/or adequate manner in regards to bibliocommons.
Okay. Yeah, motion for jurisdiction.
So moved.
Second.
Public comment on the motion for jurisdiction. Okay, seeing no public comment, public comment's closed.
On the motion to find jurisdiction, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Chair Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. The motion passes.
Okay. Complainant. Thank you.
I believe they're just checking on the rest of the library staff right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we can take general public comment this time while we're waiting.
You want to table, so move to table the item.
Second.
Okay.
I'm fine with going ahead. I don't have a problem with waiting a few moments for them to come.
Thank you.
But I would not want public comment on something that hasn't yet been presented.
This is general
No,
public.
general public comment.
Will we be taking general public comment at this time?
We didn't vote on the motion to table.
Oh, sorry, my, what was the motion?
The motion is to table the item. Just to table it.
Table
And
item
we'll
6.
We'll pick it up off the table when we're done with public comment.
On the motion to temporarily table the matter,
We could just do it by vote of hands. It's procedural.
Yeah.
there is no objection.
Okay, so we're on general
General
public
public
comment.
Item 8.
Items not pertaining to on the agenda.
Item number 8, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
Members of Compliance Amendments, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I am today filing a complaint against the San Francisco Public Library for a willful violation of 6734 of the ordinance. And the ordinance reads in part, failure to discharge any duties imposed by the Sunshine Ordinance, the Brown Act, or the Public Records Act. And as you can see from the display, this body, the full task force, has ruled 8 times that the library has violated my rights under the law. Both in particular the Sunshine Ordinance, which I have on multiple occasions said are also, if you take those facts, clear violations of either the California Public Records Act and or the Brown Act. So basically, I think that this has gotten to the point where I am tired of dealing with a library that will do everything in its purview to withstand and delay my public request, as ruled by this task force. I'm also filing a second complaint against Supervisor Mark Farrell based on his the order of determination issued to him on a previous complaint, primarily because the Act does say a failure to discharge any duties imposed by the Sunshine Ordinance, the Brown Act, or the California Public Records Act. And not only did he not respond to the IDR, he didn't respond to the complaint itself. He didn't respond to the notice of hearing. He didn't send anybody to attend the hearing. He didn't send anybody until it got to the very final thing. And basically, I don't think that you could make any argument at all that his failure was not willful and knowing, because he was notified on numerous occasions of the failure to respond and just decided not to. And I don't need a hearing from compliance amendments. I'm ready to go before the full task force with this, and I would like it done at the within the 45 days, which the law does specify is a time frame. At some point, I think it really needs to become a matter of ongoing and consistent failure. Breaking the law one time, as we saw in the previous complaint, Ms. Lynn said, I didn't understand, and the next time she fixed it, that's great. I commend her for doing that, for getting that straightened out, and for making the corrections. However, the library for years, and I'm not even sure who it is, the Library Commission or the library, because it's always Sue Blackman representing things which the task force says violate my rights, and she just keeps going at it, and they will put no rein on her, and they just let her do whatever she wants to do, and I'm getting a little sick of it. Mr. Young?
Victor, yeah, something. Any additional public comment?
I'm going to repeat pretty much what I said before, but I'm very concerned that the electronic, digital, online services that the library is paying for, that taxpayer is paying for, it is possibly too big a matter for this task force to even handle, because the library is so obstinate in its refusal to talk about the problems with it. And these extend, I was beginning to say before, to, if any of you have ever tried to use the electronic databases that are available through the website and in the library, there are numerous problems that the staff have admitted to and told the public, told me, they are helpless to fix. So there are numerous contractees, contractors that the library is directly or indirectly paying for services, for periodical searches, for access to articles. I can't help but believe that these are all connected to the Bibliocommons problems. And the problems that the refusal of the friends of the library to tell us what their budgets are, where they spend their money, where they get their money, all of these I think are connected and related. And I'm very dubious that we'll ever get the complete picture, a thorough picture, an honest picture that shows what parts of the system aren't working. And to really go off on a tangent here, I wonder if any of you have been in the Main lately to find 2 of the 4 elevators out of service twice in less than a year. In the 20 years, I think, since that Main has been opened, I don't think that's ever happened prior to about a year ago. And no one can explain why it's happening. They say the building is old. This is a ludicrous explanation for a well-funded modern library. And I think these are administrative problems that the library refuses to address. And I deeply appreciate Mr. Warfield's attempts to scratch at the surface of these things. But I'm very dubious we're ever going to get much accountability out of the Library Commission and the Library Administration.
Further public comment?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I guess I hadn't expected to make public comment this early, but I do think that the 2 previous speakers have raised some significant issues, and it's something that I've certainly thought long and hard about at various times, and that is, what does the task force do and what can the task force do with respect to repeat violations? It seems as though the task force has a mechanism that it pretty much sticks to, and that is to basically be complaint-driven. And certainly it's my experience that any kind of a more comprehensive complaint, any kind of an attempt, there really isn't a forum for a more comprehensive view of something, a more complex, if you like, a nuanced view of what's going on, because the complaints typically, you have to be very specific. I'm not objecting to that, and I'm trying to follow that. You have to be very specific, you have to be very exact, you have to cite the specific section of law. So the format, I think, is difficult. I sort of feel like I'm swimming underwater in a pool, and after I've swum a lap, I have a moment to sort of gasp for air and then swim another lap underwater. So I think that the task force should consider, as part of its function, and it is part of your function in 67, I don't know, 34, 35, probably your task force chair will know, and I can find it if you give me a few moments. But you have a general mandate to inform for example, the supervisors about issues that you see, more larger issues and things like that. But I do think that it would be useful to figure out what to do about repetitive violations or violators. And also with respect to how do you open up your doors, as it were, to perhaps a different format, excuse me, maybe occasionally more time, maybe inviting the public to say what they are finding problematic in their activities with departments, maybe have, and I've asked for this before, open the floor to perhaps slightly longer opportunities for the public to talk about what they find good about Sunshine and the Sunshine Task Force, what's problematic for them with respect to Sunshine in this city. Thanks.
Okay. Any further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed.
I move to take item 15162 off the table.
Second.
The motion is
Without objection. Okay, complainant.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I hope that Mr. Lambert appreciates that I asked Ms. Lent to ask for a postponement, short, brief one, so that the library could be represented. This complaint is also, as stated, very simple, and I think actually a very significant one. And again, it's stated when it was first filed November 20th on your page 209. Deputy City Librarian, that's Mr. Lambert, sent an email to senior management connected with Bibliocommons instructing them not to talk with me, that's Peter Warfield, not to talk with me about Bibliocommons information and not to respond to information requests about Bibliocommons, but instead to refer all requests for information about Bibliocommons to one person, brackets either Sue Blackman or Laura Lent. This violated 67.22, which says no staff should be discouraged from providing oral information, and 67.21, which instructs custodians of information to respond to oral requests. The memo, also virtually guarantees unnecessary delay in obtaining information. So while I do have in the packet the wording of the memo, I've also given out to the library and to you the pages ML-1 of 4, 2 of 4, 3 of 4, and 4 of 4, which pretty much lays out how I learned about this memo and how I found out about its existence, which prior to my requesting it, I did not know existed. So simply put, this complaint is about Mr. Lambert signing and sending and presumably writing a memo on March 18th, 2015. He sent this March 18th, 2015 memo to several subordinates. It said the library is only required to give Peter Warfield, and he mentioned me by name, one 15-minute dose, D-O-S-E, dose of information per day. Of its time per day for his questions on BiblioCommons, which, as you think by now know, is a library software product that the library spent more than a year just making available to the public with a lot of expense and time. His memo said Laura Lent would be Mr. Warfield's primary contact, and in my view, that discourages those he sent this memo to, which were senior management like Laura Lent and a couple of others, discouraged them from following the law, which requires that documents be provided under 6721A and B, and possibly other things, including L for Larry, and an oral information request, which is an important thing to recognize in the law. The oral information requirement of Sunshine is something that I think has been very seldom tested or even brought up. And it's very significant. On the one hand, in the first part of 6722, it says that the agency has to have somebody available who is available when a person approaches the agency not knowing who they want to speak with. They have to have somebody knowledgeable in place. But further down, it says that basically anybody can be approached for information, for oral information, and my reading is that they have to respond. Now, there may be a time limit, but they have to respond. And this memo is completely requiring his subordinates, the senior managers in charge of installing and operating BiblioCommons, basically commanding them not to deal with Peter Warfield. Thank you.
Is there anyone else to speak on behalf of the complainant?
I'm sorry, but to refer the things to Laura Lent.
The respondent, please.
Thank you, task force members. Over the course of this time period, the library made repeated good faith efforts to satisfy Mr. Warfield's request for information. San Francisco Public Library staff repeatedly availed themselves on numerous occasions to Mr. Warfield over several months. Access to SFPL personnel ran the gamut from frontline personnel at the main library and the Park Branch to senior managers and library administrators at 199th Street. These interactions involve both impromptu and scheduled meetings with various staff members, and not all these interactions have been logged. So to the best of our recollection, we engaged Mr. Warfield countless hours. Our Chief of Community Programs and Partnerships, Michelle Jeffers, spent some time with Mr. Warfield in January of 2015. She invited him into her office and demonstrated the process for logging into BiblioCommons. Approximately 1 month later, in February, Ms. Jeffers again invited him into her office. On this visit, she spent approximately 30 minutes with Mr. Warfield. During the same time period, January, February, other impromptu requests for information included telephone conversations with staff from multiple divisions, including Shelley Cocking and Laura Lent, Joan Lefkowitz, and myself. You've already heard about the February 20th meeting. So given the management team's cumulative interactions over the course of several weeks, we sought guidance from the Office of the City Attorney regarding the level of responsiveness for immediate requests for information and staff attention, specifically defined limits on what is considered reasonable given our finite staff capacity and competing demands for organizational resources. The Deputy City Attorney guidance included up to 2 hours a week in 15-minute increments and the recommendation to funnel requests to a point person with designated backups. The library delegated this responsibility to Laura Lent as the single point of accountability with the greatest level of expertise. Myself and Joan Lefkowitz were designated as backups as needed. There were subsequent meetings with the three of us and other staff. It was not limited to just the three of us in actuality. Laura spent an hour with Mr. Warfield on March 26th. On April 16th, I spent time with him to successfully set up the webinar. And there's really a spectrum of staff expertise. Every frontline staff member could engage with Mr. Warfield demonstrating the basic functionality, but as far as the limited amounts of time with our point people, that was really for the more in-depth, specialized request for information. But beyond that, Mr. Warfield attended a public training workshop on Bibliocommons on April 22nd, in which he was the only attendee. He had the undivided attention of the instructor, who was the assistant chief of the main library at the time, Kathy Del Neo, a member of our management team. Mr. Warfield requested a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. He was provided that. We also accommodated Mr. Warfield's request for a demonstration of Bibliocommons search functionality on September 18th. I did that myself. This demonstration was followed up by another scheduled meeting on Friday, October 2nd, and that included a 30-minute meeting with myself and Shelley Cocking. So I just want to demonstrate that we have done our best good faith efforts to be responsive and to provide ample time and assistance to Mr. Warfield in demonstrating the functionality and helping him understand the utility of Bibliocommons. I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that.
The only thing I wanted to mention is that I did tell Mr. Warfield that I would consult with other staff about any questions that I couldn't answer myself. And at no point in our communications did we, reach that impasse where it was necessary. So.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else to speak on behalf of the respondent? No, okay. So is this another one where it's thought to be duplicative or not?
No, this one was withdrawn.
Was withdrawn, okay.
So it never made it. However, reference to the Library Commission restricting access was mentioned, per my recollection.
Chair? Mm-hmm. So I just want to say, while I understand the library provided, some accommodation, in order not to have a repeat of the previous item, let's get to the crux of the issue here. The crux of the issue here specifically is the allegation that or a complaint that the access to employees or staff to the complainant was being blocked by higher level management. And it's named of the chief librarian, the deputy librarian, and the library as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I think the complainant asked for any documents responsive to that policy or that directive.
Well, I don't know if I'm trying to not, be very specific. I want to be very specific as to what this complaint is. Okay, and so hearing the testimony, I'm not hearing about documents. I'm hearing about not having access to other staff and employees with regards to this issue. Now, that said, in the documents that Mr. Warfield provided us on page 3 of 4, you look at D, what he's bracketed out as D, for the purposes of being, this is Mr. Lambert speaking, for the purposes of being responsive to Peter's ongoing inquiries for staff to explain Bibliocommons features, terms of use, background, etc., I'm recommending that Laura Lent would take the lead at a minimum. When he shows up in our office, we will facilitate the meeting by alerting Laura of his presence, and he can then arrive at 199th Street with some advance notice to be let into the building. I can serve as 2A, that would be like the secondary person to be responsive. And Joan, I believe that would be Joan Lefkowitz, will be the next person in line. For the designated point people at Main, I imagine that's Main Library. 15-minute doses of our time / attention are all that is required of us in one sitting per the Office of the City Attorney. Okay, to me, that those 2 points is what I'm prepared to focus on here today.
So, does the ordinance specify anything about the amount of time that people in a department need to give, or does the ordinance? I mean, to me, the ordinance is if a person comes in and has a request for public information, that request be met. I don't know. I don't know the ordinance well enough to know off the top of my head if anywhere in there does it have anything about anybody else besides the person in charge of the documents for that department having to give time to a citizen when they come in, unless the citizen comes in and is asking for documents. So I'm having a hard time on how this would have.
It's actually 2 questions. Okay, one is with regards to providing oral information. You're sitting down across from somebody, you're talking to them, you go up to a counter, that kind of thing, or you're asking a person to make a presentation or whatever, that kind of thing. Under 6722, that would be 15 minutes. That's 1522C. No employee shall be required to respond to an inquiries from an individual if it would take the employee more than 15 minutes to obtain the information responsive to the inquiry or inquiries. Okay, so you can maybe you can fold them both into the same thing. The question here is did Mr. Lambert create some sort of a firewall, and then that becomes then the question: did he create like a singular person that only the public can speak to on this particular subject or this particular topic? For instance, like with the Rec and Park Department, they have a kind of a person that handles sunshine for everything that pertains to the entire department, not to a specific person. And sometimes when it does have to do with a specific person, they will go and track that down. But more times over any, they now respond. The staff person responds directly. But the question then becomes, what information? There's some things that are missing for me in here with regards to what the original request was. Because all the documents that Mr. Warfield provided is for April, but the email chain goes back into March 17th, 16th. Oh, here. Start with A on page 404. Is there a backside to this? No. Okay, so I think the last sentence to me, which states by Mr. Warfield, we are not necessarily asking for the information/files themselves, but instead to understand the nature and the extent of the information about the subject in accordance with the Sunshine Ordinance.
Right, and which page
Okay.
are you on there?
This is on page 404 of the packet that Mr. Warfield had distributed. Now, this is his original request, it seems like. I don't know, there's another email that looks cut off before that, but I don't know that it applies.
But on page 209 of the packet, there seems to be some. Mr. Warfield, a question, please.
.209.
Yeah. Is your original complaint on page 209 dated November 20th? Is that the complaint we're looking at?
Can't be.
It's close.
Then what's this?
Let me look. Then what's what? Let me confirm. I'm just. Yes, that's the original complaint.
Okay.
Page 20, your packet, page P 209.
Right. Thank you.
I'm confused. Mr. Warfield, I'm confused. And on the packet that you gave us,
Yes,
on page 404,
yes.
dated March 16th, which is 4 or 5 months prior, there's another request of the city librarian. Which one is it then?
Well, the complaint was filed on the date you see, November 20th. The letter that Michael Lambert wrote, basically
Oh, I see.
telling folks at the library, don't talk to him and don't respond to information requests,
So
was dated March.
got it. Page 209 is the
Right.
request for hearing, not the actual, not when the actual complaint. The complaint was made on the 20th, but this whole process is regarding back to beginning March 16th. You see that?
Okay. But the complaint here doesn't specify anything about not receiving documents. It's about the term you use, a firewall being set up.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Oh,
Right.
Yes, that's right. A restriction, a firewall, as you put it, between me and anybody else at the library staff, but the specified one.
thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lambert, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So you heard me read your message, which is on Mr. Warfield's packet, page 3.
Yes, sir.
And so can you kind of give us an idea what the intention was?
The intention was to provide direction on how to best meet Mr. Warfield's needs for information that was very technical and limited to a certain group of staff. And by the time that this message or direction was sent, we had invested countless hours with Mr. Warfield, and we were trying to understand what are the limits given other priorities in delivering library service. We consulted with the city attorney, and he provided guidance that we should designate a point person and also limit each individual meeting with Mr. Warfield to a minimum of 15 minutes.
At At any time, did you deprive him of meeting or accessing any other employee or staff that he may have requested?
No, sir. As I mentioned at the outset, I cited numerous examples of other people than just the 3 people in that message that spent considerable amounts of time with Mr. Warfield.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Warfield? At any time, did the library or Mr. Lambert or any of the people that were designated to assigned for this particular matter, did any of them deprive you of access to any other employee?
Was I refused information from employees at the library related to Bibliocommons? Yes.
And you were deprived information?
Well, I had folks tell me I have to go through Laura Lent.
Who did you access?
I actually spoke. I called Joan Lefkowitz and I called Shelley Cocking.
So Joan Lefkowitz is one of the point people.
That's right.
Okay.
The key here, if I may say, the key here is I wanted to have information from specific people who were experts and who had specific roles in the implementation, such as the person in charge of web, Shelley Cocking, such as, Joan Lefkowitz, such as Shelley Cocking, who has the cataloging group, because that's what the Bibliocommons is about. The issue was they wanted to control who I could have contact with and didn't want me to have access to the very people that I wanted to speak to.
Did they specifically tell you that you couldn't speak to these people?
It says it here in the memo.
Where? What memo? What are you pointing to?
Okay. If you look at page 2 of 3, under B, let me just back up a moment. If you're puzzled by what the connection is between what I requested in A, the only connection is that I can tell. You might ask Sue Blackman. The only thing is Sue Blackman doesn't seem to know what is the meaning of the request. I call this type of request an info on info request. And that's a specific provision of Sunshine, which is very good. It says if I don't know what all the records are that pertain to a particular subject of interest, instead of asking to see everything, oh my gosh, I can say, I'd like to know what you have on the subject of Bibliocommons, for example, or on the subject of budgets, or on the subject of cataloging, library books. And that's the section I quoted and provided for them in this request. I said, we're not necessarily asking for the information or the files themselves. I'm reading from the last paragraph of my letter on ML 404, which I addressed to Luis Herrera with a copy to Sue Blackman. I said, I'm not necessarily asking for the information itself, but instead to understand the nature and extent of information about this subject in accordance with Section 6721C. And Section 6721C says, process for gaining access to public records, C, a custodian of a public record shall assist a requester in identifying the existence, form, and nature of any records or information maintained by, available to, or in the custody of the custodian, whether or not the contents of those records are exempt from disclosure, and shall, when requested to do so, provide in writing within 7 days following receipt of the request a statement as to the existence, quantity, form, and nature of records relating to a particular subject or questions with enough specificity to enable a requester to identify records in order to make a request under 6721B. So you can see in Sue Blackman's response, she says, I checked with Alicia and I assume that that was their city attorney. And she starts her memo of March 17th the next day, saying that she checked with the attorney, I guess, and she finds out that they have 7 days to respond, which means the reply to him is due next Monday, and we still need to respond to another IDR that he has regarding training information. Now she goes to the very crux of this issue of restriction and discouragement. Additionally, this is under B where I've put brackets, double brackets on that paragraph, her March 17th memo. Additionally, Alicia said we should have 1, possibly 2, designated persons to assist him up to 15 minutes per day to respond to his questions, which means he cannot start calling different staff members, but she said we must make someone available.
So who directed Ms. Blackman to do that?
I have no idea.
But your complaint is against Mr. Lambert.
He took that information, which was also distributed to the same group, and he being the senior person here, let's go to Joan Lefkowitz under C.
Why don't I ask my question first?
Michael Lambert sent the letter that was instructing the senior staff about the restrictions that would be put on me and how it would work. He was the manager of this.
But in his statement, he doesn't say that there would be restrictions. He doesn't state there would be any restrictions. He says, at minimum, when he shows up to our office, we'll facilitate a meeting by alerting Laura of his presence, and then he can arrive. And Laura could determine who would be the appropriate people. I mean, that's why my first question to you was, were you deprived?
Yes.
Tell me who you were deprived of. Tell us which person that they specifically...
When I contacted senior people I wanted to speak to, I just told you, Shelley Cocking, who is the cataloging person, and Joan Lefkowitz, who's the web guru at the library. And
they specifically told you that you had to speak to Laura first.
Shelley Cocking did. Joan Lefkowitz just told me she's not talking to me.
In those words, quote unquote?
I'm not sure what... She was very hostile and didn't want to talk to me at all. Whether she referred me or not, I'm not sure. But I know that Shelley Cocking did because I had one conversation that was very sane, shall we say, and informative with Shelley Cocking prior to this. She was perfectly open about her expertise and sharing it, as I would expect from library professionals. And subsequently, when I called her, she said, sorry, I can't speak with you. You have to go through Laura Lent. And she wouldn't discuss any aspect of Bibliocommons or give me information about it or provide any information. Basically, she said, this is it. And that's what she said.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lambert? So was the people that you assigned for this task to interact with Mr. Warfield, so the first person in line would be Laura Lent?
That's correct.
The second person would be yourself.
Yes, sir.
And the third person would be Joan Lefkowitz.
Yes, sir.
Anytime do you instruct anybody not to talk to Mr. Warfield or provide him information?
Absolutely not. And I can take two different points that I'll make here. One is he did, in fact, meet with Shelley Cocking in my presence on October 2nd. We spent 30 minutes with him. He also spent an hour during a public training with our Assistant Chief of Maine in which he was the only attendee. So we did not limit his access to staff. During the time period when his voluminous requests were coming in, the library staff was trying to focus our assistants with individuals that had access to the partner portal. Not everybody had a login to that. And also, I was trying to get the webinar access going because we had some technical difficulties. So there were not restrictions so much as attempts to focus the proper staff to be able to assist Mr. Warfield.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm looking at 6722A, and the first thing it says is every department head shall designate a person or persons knowledgeable about the affairs of the department to provide information, including oral information to the public about the department's operations, plans, policies, positions. It seems like what they did. They designated 3 people. So I don't know how to.
Why don't we, Mr. Chair, if I may ask, just to move this along, why don't we save our deliberation for this until after rebuttal, because we might hear some other things in rebuttal, and that might end public comment, and then we can wrap it up.
Fine, okay, so rebuttal now, respondent.
Thank you, members of the task force. To date, following all the way back to the soft launch of this application back in mid-February of 2015, every member of the public, including Mr. Warfield, has had full access to all public services staff during all normal hours of operation throughout this entire time period in order to assist library patrons with making the transition to BiblioCommons, which has been successful. This includes staff at every library location throughout the system, including the Park Branch, which has also provided user support for Mr. Warfield. We continue to do our best to be responsive to Mr. Warfield. He has submitted most recently a handful of requests, some of which are related to BiblioCommons, and we continue to try to provide that information on a rolling basis.
Thank you. Mr. Warfield.
The adjurations, the claims about how much time they spent and with whom, are a long story that I'd be glad to explain to you. But they were not related to this issue. I wanted to speak to specific people, and I'm sorry, Mr. Kanata, if I didn't make it clear at the outset. Section 6722A says that designated person that each department has to provide, it says, B, the role of the person or persons so designated shall be to provide information on as timely and responsive a basis as possible to those members of the public who are not requesting information from a specific person. So if I go to the Parks and Rec and I don't know who does buildings, and I want to know what's the budget for buildings or renovations, that's the person I go to. They have a designee, and that person can route me or pass it forward or so on. Section E says, notwithstanding any other provisions of this ordinance, public employees shall not be discouraged from or disciplined for disclosing any information that is public information or a public record to any journalist or any member of the public. So if I go to Shelley Cocking and I ask for a document or I ask for information about documents so I can make a request under 6721, my expectation is that she will respond. And maybe there's a 15-minute limit, fine, but I get to talk, to contact, to request from whoever I want. And I think that Section 6722E is clear on that. The library's letter to you in response to this complaint makes no claim that anything that Mr. Lambert did was legal. It just talks about, it's duplicative. Mr. Lambert, in conjunction with Sue Blackman's research, that I get only one 15-minute session from the whole library, 900 employees, 500 full-time equivalents, 110 million plus budget, comes to something like $300,000 a day. I can only talk to one person per day for 15 minutes, and even so, I couldn't. Furthermore, Mr. Lambert nor the library, any part of it, ever sent me any of this at the time it was done. So I had no idea there was going to be a setup for a drop-in at a remote location 6 blocks or 5 blocks away. I had no idea that there was going to be a backup person, who it might be. In a prior complaint, I received the results of this when, during the 2 weeks I tried to call Laura Lent, there was one person I called who refused to speak to me. So I was receiving, slammed doors, including the 2 that I mentioned here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have a recommendation for the task force? I have none.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what my opinion on this is right now. I don't know if there's enough here for me to.
Through the chair, Mr. Clerk, can you remind us if
When items are heard in committee, if you decide that there is no violation at this time, you would make a motion to refer this matter to the full task force with the recommendation to find jurisdiction and to find that no violation occurred.
through the chair, and then the full task force would either adopt or disagree with that recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be heard by the full task force, and since I'm not seeing any motions to find violation, I think that motion to go to the full task force to hear it with a recommendation of no violation and have the full task force take it up.
I'll second that.
Public comment on the motion?
Members of Compliance Amendments, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I think this is one of the slippery slope cases. Basically, if I'm a assistant department head and I instruct senior staff to have one person deal uniquely with an individual, it's setting up a unique system for that person. In other words, rather than, as Mr. Warfield said, 500 full-time equivalents, I should be able to walk into any branch of the San Francisco Public Library and say, can you show me how to work Biblio Commons? It's a new cataloging system. I don't understand it. Can you show it to me? Unfortunately, if you read this memo, someone who sees the memo may look at it as apparently Ms. Lefkowitz did, which is, oh, yes, I talked to you before, but I have subsequently got a memo saying that I shouldn't, and instead you should be directed to a particular person. And we heard in the previous case where she said, well, he was on vacation, I was on vacation, he was in, I was out. And I think the whole idea is to prevent it from being restrictive on the members of the public. I should be able to walk into any branch and ask a question. If the person can answer it, they answer it. If they can't, they say, I can't answer it, ask somebody else. But that's not what's happening. What is happening is a memo is sent out by the deputy department head to senior staff members saying, essentially, these are the people he should talk to. And by process of elimination, I think it is very reasonable for some of them, at least, to assume that that is a directive that I shouldn't talk to him, he should talk to the person who's been designated. And it will result in somebody then saying, no, I won't talk to you. And Mr. Warfield has indicated that that has on at least one occasion occurred. I understand the rationale for wanting to set up a system where a limited amount of time is available. And if that worked fine, it would be good. But we've seen over these varied cases that it didn't. And unfortunately, I think what it was a firewall. It was basically Mr. Lambert wanted to be able to control the information that Mr. Warfield got. So basically, Mr. Warfield can ask the question, but there's always an interim period there where if we don't want to give him the answer, or we want to give him a tailored answer, or whatever it happens to be, we have the time to do that. And unfortunately, with the library, I think that is something that is their modus operandi. It is the way they operate. Mr. Warfield should be able to talk to anybody who is available to the general public without restriction. And I do not see it as being reasonable saying for him versus any other citizen of San Francisco, there's a special procedure.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Seeing none, public comments closed.
On that motion?
Wait a minute.
Member Wolf?
So I want to say a couple of things. I appreciate the public commenters' comments, and I take that seriously. I think that's it's an important factor in general. In this particular case, though, I think it's not that particular level of resistance was not applied. Partially in the response by Mr. Lambert in stating 15-minute doses of our time per sitting, not 15 minutes for one sitting and that's it. And by his own testimony, and even though we can't have them under oath, I will assume some value of truth in this, that there was no interest to block access to anybody that he wanted to speak to. I believe in this case, though, that Ms. Lefkowitz chose not to speak to him. That's the way it sounds to me. That's the way it's been presented to me. And if she feels that she does not want to speak to you or speak to anybody, then she doesn't have to. Then going to her superior and saying, hey, I want to speak to this person because they have information that you don't have and you don't have and you don't have, that's a different story. But I think that is that may have been the situation, or anybody else. If a person decides not to speak to somebody, if they specifically said, I can't speak to you because my boss told me I can't speak to you, then, but I didn't hear that from the boss. The boss didn't say that they told all these employees not to speak to the requester at all. And that's why I asked if the Mr. Warfield was deprived, because all I got from both was no. That wasn't being deprived of being speaking to anybody. People chose not to speak to him. That's the way this has landed for me. No. So that's how my feeling is on this particular case, and how it's been presented.
So we have a motion. Let's vote on the motion.
On that motion, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Chair Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. This matter will be referred to the task force with the recommendation to find that no violations occur. I just wanted to go back to the previous item. I just wanted to state that matter will be, that motion to find violation will be referred to the full task force. I forgot to state that when we were hearing that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda. File number 16050, complaint filed by Anonymous against Director John Ram and the Planning Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code 67.25 and 67.32 by failing to respond to a media disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay.
Jurisdiction.
Motion for jurisdiction.
So moved.
Second.
Public comment.
Public comment on jurisdiction. Okay, no public comment. Public comment closed.
On the motion to find jurisdiction, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Chair Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, complainant.
Thank you for hearing this. I believe, okay, on March 31st, I faxed an IDR to John Rahim, the Department of, Director of the Planning Department. On May 19th, I received a response saying they could provide the documents, including in form of a CD, and on May 19th, that I received that letter. They sent me that letter saying they could provide these documents, what they believe to be the documents responsive to the immediate disclosure request of March 31st. Last week, I went down, on August 11th, I went down to the Planning Department at 1650 Mission Street, Suite 400. I picked up the CD that they had prepared. The original immediate disclosure request quotes section 67.32 of the ordinance, which I'm going to read. The city shall give no subsidy in money, tax abatements, land, or services to any private entity unless that private entity agrees in writing to provide the city with financial projections, paren, including profit and loss figures, close paren, and annual audited financial statements for the project thereafter, for the project upon which the subsidy is based, and all such projections and financial statements shall be public records that must be disclosed. That was added by Proposition G, November 2nd, 1999. My immediate disclosure request asked for all communications that the Planning Department had received on the subject of Park Merced LLC investors, and Park Merced Villas between January 1, 2014 up to and including March 31st, 2016. On the CD that the Planning Department provided for me, there are no files that match the section of the ordinance that I just read to you. I searched the over 600 megabytes of data on the disk for the words financial, for the word profit, for the word loss. So there are no documents that the Planning Department provided that were financial statements, that were projections of that were reports of profit and loss figures. So and I've also given to you a the reason I think that this matter is suitable for this body is because on 3 occasions the Assessment Appeals Board of the San Francisco City and County gave Park Merced assessment property assessment reductions in the value of their properties. I gave to Mr. Victor Young copies of 3 letters that came from the Assessment Appeals Board and signed by Dawn Duran, the administrator. Those are the occasions, document the occasions on which the Assessment Appeals Board granted Park Merced a reduction in their property tax assessment. As I understand it, this matter has never been before. This portion of the ordinance has never been before this body before. So I'm positing the idea that a property tax assessment reduction is ipso facto a tax abatement under the section 67.32 of the ordinance. That's the reason why I believe it meets the criteria for the ordinance. I hope that's not too convoluted. And that's. Let me know if there's anything else I can tell you about why I'm here for this matter.
Is there anyone else to present facts and evidence for the complainant? No. Is the respondent here?
Good evening, Chair and committee members. My name is Christine Silva, Planning Department staff. The complainant alleges that the department failed to respond to an immediate disclosure request. On March 31st, we received the immediate disclosure request for correspondence records related to the Park Merced project submitted by Nick Pasquariello. The following day, on April 1st, we invoked an extension due to the compilation of electronic records. Since invoking the extension, our staff prepared the relevant records, which included a total of 9 PDF portfolios, or if printed, approximately 7,000 printed pages. On the May 19th, we emailed and mailed via U.S. Postal Service a letter to the requester indicating next steps for his request, which would be to either provide us a payment of approximately $690 for the printed pages or 25 cents for a CD containing the electronic version of the records. It is our practice to require payment for copies or CDs before we commence in either printing the records or printing them onto discs. On June 6th, we received a letter from the requester indicating he would come to our office around June 24th to pay and pick up the burned disc, although we have no record of him coming in to pay in or around that time. Last week, on August 11th, the requester did finally come to our office where he paid and we burned the disc for him with the responsive records provided by staff. As such, we consider this request completed and have no additional records to produce to the requester at this time. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Are there any other people to provide evidence for the respondent? Okay, hearing none. So, Mr. Pasquarelli, I have a question. I'm looking on page 246, and the complaint is that you never received any response to the IDR. Is that the complaint? Because you were discussing the fact that you got data that was not responsive.
Well, the response was not complete. And
okay, but they did respond to your IDR in the appropriate time, and then.
Well, I don't believe they did, but to be honest, that's not the most important part of why I'm here. It's because there are no financial statements, there are no financial reports, as this portion of the Sunshine Ordinance requires of an agency such as Park Merced. As I think I told you, the immediate disclosure request was made on March 31st, and they didn't send me a letter until May 19th, and I don't believe they sent me anything at all prior to May 19th. So they didn't meet the end of next business day requirement of the ordinance. On that score, I do believe they're in violation of that part of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Silva?
To clarify, sorry.
Yeah, was there a response by the end of the next business day to the IDR?
Yes, on April 1st, following March 31st, we emailed the requester invoking an extension. The requester replied via email demanding that we not send him email, but only communicate via U.S. Postal Mail to his P.O. box. As you can imagine, that makes for a bit of a difficult communication, but we did reply via email to him, and he did respond.
And does the planning department have financial information about Park Merced?
I did check with staff again this morning to see if there were any other records, and besides what we gave him on the disc, we have no additional records, including financial documents that he refers to.
Okay, thank you.
Don't go away.
Okay.
So I'm reading on page 248 a letter to you specifically that says from Mr. It's signed Mr. Pasquariello. We are in receipt of your letter May 19th.
Yes.
So April 1st, May 19th,
April 1st, we sent an email to the requester.
right? When
and
did
then-
he respond that he doesn't want to be contacted by email?
I would have to look on my laptop.
Okay. I just find that to be a little, it's like months later.
Through the chair, do you have a record of your request for extension?
Yes, I could pull it up on my laptop and show it on the overhead.
That'd be great. Thanks. I assume that's not in our package, right?
I don't see it. That's not in the package, right, Victor?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't hear the question.
Is the April 1st response in the packet anywhere? Email?
I'm unsure.
I don't think so, because I think that
so.
No, I don't see. I see.
Yeah.
it
No,
May-
I don't believe so. I don't
I see the
recall
May
seeing that.
19th letter.
Right.
Should come up in a second.
There you go.
Maybe I could just.
It's focusing on the light.
Yes.
That's
it'll be
why.
more-
So this is dated Friday, April 1st at 4:17 p.m. It states, Mr. Pasquariello, we received attached request due to the compilation of electronic information. We are invoking an extension of up to 14 days. We do not anticipate taking the full 14 days. We'll contact you as soon as the response records are ready. Feel free to contact me directly with any questions regarding the coordination of this request.
Yeah. And
It's not in the
And-
packet.
you want to look at this? And so do you also have a copy of his response to this?
I'll need to
Down
look
here.
it up
Okay.
and search for it.
So let's just, so we get all the
so he
information out.
acknowledges receiving it, and then he asks for everything by mail after that, apparently. So hopefully we can get. While we wait, Mr. Pasquarello, if you could approach through the chair.
I have it here. We received an email in response on April 2nd.
Okay, never
It
mind.
says, please do not send me any emails. Send all communications to my post office box, Nick Pasquariello.
Through the chair. Can you confirm that?
Oops.
Okay. I have been using the Sunshine Ordinance for 20 years. I have never used email. I don't have a functioning email. I don't know where they got the email address from. That is not a legitimate way to contact me. I believe you have a copy of the immediate disclosure request. There's no email on it. They did not make a good faith effort to contact me
So that was
within
not-
the deadline imposed by the Sunshine Ordinance of the end of the next business day. That's fallacious.
So your
that's
statement-
insincere.
Mr.
and it's illegal.
Pasquarello, your response is that email that she just showed you.
I don't have any email. I didn't get any email like that, and I don't use email. I don't have a functioning email address,
Okay.
and I've never used it. And they know full well that all they had to do was
Thank
put
you.
it in the
Thank you.
U.S.
Thank you.
mail.
We're just trying to get to the bottom of this. Can we see that response, please?
You got to ask them why they didn't mail me the letter.
Okay, let us do it.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Mr. Pasquarello, can you approach, please? This looks like a canned response. You may not have responded on the day this was sent to you, but
No, I didn't receive it.
this looks like it was a automatic response from that email address, whether it's active or not active. I mean, that's how it looks to me. I'm not an IT person, but maybe other members of the task force.
I don't understand what you're saying.
So it says, please don't send any emails to this account.
Well-
please do da-da-da, et cetera, and it has your name on it.
It has I sent a letter, or I faxed them.
Well-
I faxed them saying, don't send any email.
Okay. So anyway, so you're saying you later faxed them saying don't send emails,
Right.
in response to their email invoking extension.
Well, no. Okay.
We're trying to determine if you're aware that they invoked an extension, which,
So-
given the nature of the request, is certainly within reason.
Let me.
Why didn't they mail me a letter?
So let me.
I think they did.
Because why didn't they? First of all, Ms. Silva,
That's what's
can
on
you
here.
approach for just a second? How did you come across this email address? jpk@pobox.com.
I ran a search against our database. I can't recall if it's either our planning database or my email database, and I came up with that email, and it appeared to be a working email.
How did
so
you
it's what we
receive the
used.
request?
We received it via fax. And it's not uncommon for us to reply. We do nearly 100% of our records requested via email.
How do you
these
know
days.
that this is the actual person?
I would have to check, but I believe I have previous correspondence using that.
Okay.
It came up in our database as a valid email for the requester.
Okay.
So I felt confident in using it to invoke the extension, given the time requirements.
Did you also send a fax?
No.
Okay. Mr. Pasquarello, so do you recognize this email address? JPK.
I recognize it, but I don't use it. It's not reliable. It's not functional. It's not legitimate. It's not legal. And
Okay.
Okay.
But you do have some sort of what's called an autoresponder is like an automatic reply where you don't have to take any action. It automatically sends everybody that sends email to this email address, it automatically sends a response back saying what you say here. It says, please do not, in bold capital letters, please do not send me any emails. The system cannot handle such correspondence. Please follow directions enclosed with the fax I sent you. Send all communications to my post office box in bold letters, signed Nick Pasquarello.
yes.
Okay,
And-
thank you.
But I want to say something else because this may happen again. I don't want it to, and maybe you don't want it to. I'm repeating myself. I've always done this way with the post office box, and never before have we had this happen.
Okay,
So
fair enough.
I hope we can get to the.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Ms. Silva, please hand that back to her so she can see it. Do you see what it says at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think I need to say much more. I read it. Ms. Silva, the other thing is your request for an extension is actually beyond the what state law allows. State law only allows 10 days. So under the Sunshine Ordinance, where the ordinance can provide more transparency in the creation of the immediate disclosure request, the only exception is for an extension as far as state law will allow, and that's 10 days.
Okay.
All right.
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, Ms. Silva, one additional question. When you got that email back, right, you sent it out on the following day. Why didn't you just mail the information then or use the fax number
I felt that the response seemed, to me, when I first reviewed it, it didn't seem like a auto response. It seemed like a response he read and replied to. So I felt that was sufficient. And we commenced with, after that, collecting our records.
Okay.
So I didn't feel like there was a need to fax because I felt like I communicated our extension via email adequately.
Okay.
I will state that I don't believe you provided a return fax number. Looking at the IDR, I don't see a return fax number.
No, but was there a number on the email? It says respond to fax. No, okay. But it does have the post office box. So.
But they received the fax.
Yes, they did.
So, Ms. Silva, do we have the faxes here? Is there a cover sheet with a phone number?
Facsimile cover. This is.
Their phone number?
I'm on page 247. Facsimile cover sheet, Ms. Christine Silva, the date, time, and I'm looking.
Even if there's not a fact sheet, can you not go to the printout of the record and find it? I mean, I acknowledge.
The problem is that if you use somebody else's fax machine, that's why the cover sheet is should include the return.
This fax cover is from June when he's asking for, when the complainant's asking for create a CD. Here's another one in May. Yeah, I don't see a phone number on here.
All right, well.
Yeah, I admit, Mr. Complainant. So looking on page 247 and 248.
I don't have that in front of me.
It's in the binder, if you look in the binder. So this is the this is a copy of the original cover page that you sent to Ms. Silva.
Yes.
Correct?
Well, yes, that's right. It's
Okay.
attention, Ms. Silva. Yeah.
Right, and then the next page, 248.
That's right.
Okay, there's no fax number.
There's no return fax number.
Right.
That's right.
And even if we go to page 249, your fax to Mr. Young here, oh no, that's not, who is that? Is that yours? What is that? What's that? Oh, wait a minute.
It may have changed the order of
Oh,
the
wait a
fax that I
minute.
received.
Ms. Silva, Ms. Silva, can you look at page 247? Is that your cover page?
No.
Look at page 249.
No.
That's not your?
No, that's not ours.
Look at page 250. Oh, that's an email.
That's an email.
Sorry. Okay. Victor, can you tell me what page 249 is?
I probably changed the order of the items. I put the cover page behind the fax at times just to present the more viable information in the front.
I see. So page 246 is supposed to be matched up with page 249?
Yes, I may have gotten items out of order.
Okay, got it. Okay. Thank you. Okay,
I believe that is correct, the times match.
Right, so even on, Mr. Pasquale, so even on page 246, or Mr. Complainant, I should say Mr. Anonymous, your request for a hearing or for your complaint doesn't have a return fax number either.
Okay, well, on page 246, I hand-delivered that, and you see the stamp there. I hand-delivered that and got a confirmation stamp from the clerk's office.
Is that, well, what's on page 249?
Well, that's a cover sheet.
I believe it was faxed in, and usually when our office receives faxes, we timestamp items in.
No. Okay, you know,
It
I
was
don't.
stamped by our office, but on the top of page 246, there is fax information on the top of that page.
Oh, so that was received via fax, right?
Yeah.
It appears to be so, yes.
So I'm a little concerned here because if I understand that I understand that you wanted the post office to be sent back to the post office. I understand that. I'm just if something gets faxed to me, then if there's no other instruction, I'm going to try to return to the same way. If I have no way to do that, but here you did put an address, so I'll give you that.
But I think I also instructed them to mail it back to the post office box.
No, it doesn't say that in here.
Oh, sorry.
It says please file. It says I will pick it up from your office in 2 weeks, on or about June 24th. So,
and it was long after that I picked it up. It was last week that I picked it up.
Right, because it says we're in receipt of your letter May 19th. Okay.
Right. I have one more concern that I want to bring to your attention. I hope it's not the policy of the planning department to never respond in the U.S. mail to an immediate disclosure request. It looks like that's their policy.
Well, if they're not, the thing is I think everybody assumes electronic because that's how everybody's communicating these days. And I hear you, that may not be, not everybody has the means for such things. I understand that. I'm very sensitive to that among, children and elders. So, because I work in that field, but at some point, there is some onus upon the recipient to take some due diligence to provide for any kind of contact. I appreciate the planning department trying to do it by email, but considering it wasn't sent by email and it was sent by, of all things, a facsimile machine, and that it has a post office box on it, I'm a little inclined to.
Well, for whatever it's worth, and every other complaint, every other sunshine request I've ever made, I've done the same way with the fax.
To the planning department?
No, okay. But to every other.
Right. So we know that not every department knows every aspect, and everybody treats things in a different way. So there's no standardization.
Right.
So I think we have to. You can't. It's maybe stating the obvious, but also the obvious isn't obvious.
All right. So, again, just in the interest of full disclosure, when I made the fax, when I sent the fax March 31st, 2016, I then called 558-6378 and asked if they had received it. Again, that's just for my way of making sure that it wasn't.
On what date?
No, the same date.
Oh, okay.
Immediately after I send a fax, I call a live person. In fact, what I generally do is...
Who did you speak to?
I'm sorry?
Who did you speak to?
Andrea. And option 3, I wrote here on my notes, and I think it's in your copy, maybe
Ms.
not.
Silva, do you have an Andrea in your office?
Yes, and that number is to our reception staff, and
Okay.
Andrea is part of our reception staff. They
did
also man the fax machine.
And did you get confirmation
No,
from Andrea?
they typically just put it in my inbox, a copy of the fax.
Okay, but
They don't come up and talk to me.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to give me a minute here. Let me explain what I do, because I've done this many times. First of all, I ascertain a fax number, usually by calling and speaking to a live person and saying, I'm going to send you a fax. I will call you back after I send the fax to confirm that you received it. I did that in this case, as I do in every case, just to make sure that it's not lost and going to a false fax number that doesn't go to the party that I'm trying to make the immediate disclosure request of.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to have, yeah, thank you. We'll have rebuttal from the respondent first.
At this time, we believe that we've completed this request. We've provided all responsive records and have no additional records to produce to the requester.
Thank you. Complainant?
Well, I think it's clear. We're dealing with three different entities here. We have the planning department, we have this body, and we have the private property owner, Park Merced, that received the assessment appeals board reduction in their property tax assessment. I presume you have the copies that I gave to Victor, the letters from the administrator that is my documentation to you that these property tax assessments really did happen. So those are we got these three bodies here, and it could well be that the planning department doesn't have these documents because they didn't order them from Park Merced to produce them, which is an awkward situation because how would you enforce this part of the Sunshine Ordinance to get these financial records? I mean, I think it's whether I'm going to ask the questions. I presume somebody's going to ask that question before we're done today. I don't have an answer. I think I hope this is not a moot part of the law that is unenforceable, but it could be. I mean, I hate to be shooting myself in the foot here, but I don't know that you're going to be able to lend any more insight than I could to the awkward situation that we have before us.
Thank you.
So just on Mr. Complainant's last point in his rebuttal, I don't know that the planning department is involved in assessment reevaluations at all. Oh, okay.
May I make a short statement?
Yeah.
As I was previously a clerk for the Assessment Appeals Board, I think there's a misunderstanding between tax abatement and reassessment of property. Reassessment of property is based on fair market value. I believe that what the code is talking about is tax abatement to provide relief to the party involved, and I believe it's a matter of terminology.
But the planning department is not involved in it.
No, they are not.
Right. So that's the thing. So the question of whether the documents that were provided to him, whether they were responsive or not, they weren't responsive because the respondent didn't have them in the first place. That's, as I would think. This is a tax issue that would either be for the tax collector or the assessor, and obviously it came through Assessment Appeals Board, so that's obviously that particular division. The other thing I didn't quite get was, well, anyway, I'm inclined to find in violation of 6725B under immediate disclosure request. They had specifically in writing stated they were claiming a 14-day extension. The law only allows 10 days.
I'd second that motion.
Wait a minute, I'm not finished yet. All right. Hold on. Yeah, that'll be it, I think. And that it'd be forward to the task force with no further action.
public comment on the motion?
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I'm kind of at a loss here because the only thing I can see is the fact that Mr. Pasquariello made his request on March the 31st. We got lost in the weeds with them sending an email to a non-responsive email address on April the 1st, which is great, and they invoked the 14-day extension, which we've corrected. It should have been 10. And they also said that we don't think it'll take that long, but the only response I'm seeing doesn't occur till May 19th.
Okay.
And that's obviously not within either 10 or 14 days. It's significantly longer. And I'm not seeing anything else in here that indicated that they made any response to to Anonymous's request prior to the May 19th letter. And the simple fact that he asked, it was necessary to go through the postal mail, it should have been still mailed sometime in middle of April. So basically, I think if nothing else, there is a violation here for not responding on a timely basis.
Further public comment?
Peter Warfield, I'm not a party to this, but I think, first of all, that Mr. Pasquariello has touched on a very interesting portion of the task of the ordinance, which I think is worth looking at and seeing what it can do. We sometimes are surprised by discovering in plain sight portions that we haven't noticed before or haven't used before or that others haven't used before. So it's my understanding there's certainly, I support the motion with respect to timeliness of response. I believe that's the motion. Is that right? I do think it's actually quite high-handed, the attitude of the department. I'm not sure what their budget is, but just because it suits their convenience to dig around for an email that possibly might be an email that's associated with somebody, if normally requests are responded to in the way that they were received. I don't see chapter and verse on that, but pretty much somewhere there's you get the information in the format that you want. I'm not sure that it says in the fashion that you request to get it back. But I do think that that's a reasonable thing and a normal thing to do, and that is respond in the way that's indicated, as you've discussed. If there's a fax number and you received a fax, to respond by fax. If you get a letter, you respond by mail. To hear that, be advised this letter on, doesn't have a page, well, maybe it does, 254. Be advised on the bottom paragraph from the planning department to the complainant. Be advised this letter is being emailed to you, and then they give 2 email addresses, and then they simply command themselves, from this point forward, it is neither efficient nor practical for us to continue to correspond with you via U.S. Postal Service mail. All future correspondence will be sent to your email address. I don't think that's appropriate. If they want to use, husky dogs to deliver stuff, and you don't want dogs coming to you, just because it suits their convenience doesn't, I think, give them a reasonable right to do that. And they have the same attitude in their letter on page 250, where they say to Mr. Young, this makes it difficult, the way that he's requesting makes it difficult communication and coordination considering the high volume of requests our office coordinates and processes. On the question of whether they have the certification that the complainant wants, I think that's a very legitimate thing, and I think you should help him to find that. If it's not in the department that he's complaining about, I think you might be helpful with assistance on where he could expect to find that. I think it's a very interesting portion that we haven't heard about.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, public comment is closed.
No, you're party to this, so you're not a member of the public for this kind of proceeding. So I'm moved by some of the public comment. I just want to say, working myself backwards, for the complainant, go to the tax assessor. Mm-hmm. You'll get that information that you're looking for.
No, it's not there.
Well,
I've been there.
okay. Okay. I don't know where else to send you then for that information. There's got to be a city department that handles tax abatements. I don't think it's the planning department.
Excuse me. Some of it's there, but not in compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance. The Sunshine Ordinance is an open-ended.
Microphone, please.
Yeah, we can have a conversation later about it, but I don't necessarily believe that the requester that you asked that information for has that information. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not disputing that the ordinance doesn't say what it says. Okay, but let me finish. So I'd like to amend the motion to include 6725A because it applies. That's the actual function. And that's actually what was more or less violated. And then also to send a communication to the planning department's director stating that mail, fax, email, whatever other forms of requested delivery is made by the requester is valid, and that there isn't a electronic communications is not the primary.
I can write that into the order of the
Right.
recommendation and the order of determination.
Right, and then we'll craft a draft and send it over.
Agreed.
Right.
Second agrees.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there any public comment on the amendments?
Public comment on the amendment. Seeing none, let's call a vote.
On that motion, Member Wolf. Aye. Wolf, aye. Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. I did not mean Chair Hyland. Member Hyland. Chair Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda is item number 9, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items and pending calendar.
So you have an item on there, 14.
That is an item that's pending before this committee.
Oh,
and I'll be
for
working
future.
with the chair of the committee regarding the scheduling of that matter for hearing.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, and as chair of the task force, when sometimes certain things pop up that seem like they're happening over and over and over again, and if there seems to be some compliance issues with something, I may want to have you do a little study or do a little inquiry about it, maybe call somebody in, ask them questions about how they do certain things and certain processes. I mean, the whole idea is to try and not to have complaints, right? We want everybody to get what they need. So, from time to time, I promise it not to be burdensome, but to be very specific and straightforward.
All right. Okay, so how do we motion to adjourn? Or?
Move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn?
Second?
Public comment on what?
We had
Oh, okay. Public comment.
public comment on announcements.
Peter Warfield, we want everyone to get what they want. That's great. Appreciate that. In order to accomplish that, there's a couple of things I think the task force should do. One of them is I've talked about education and training. And especially since there are new members, but there's also the public, I think that it's clear that the full extent of the ordinance and various corners and pieces of it are not things that are familiar to everybody. And I think Member Wolf talked about studying up. I think that's great. I think you should study especially what's coming up before you as complaints. But I also think that it would be useful to have discussions about the meanings of particular sections of the ordinance that consist of training for everybody, including the public. Because I think that it needs to be clear what's being said about what the meaning is of various sections. So while it's understandable for members, especially new ones, not to be familiar with things, I think when they come up or when they're about to come up, that would be a good time to have some kind of public discussion about what's understood. You might have presentations, and certainly you would have public comment if there is any question about what's involved. The section, for example, that the anonymous complainant brought up is one that I hadn't noticed before, and I've found sometimes after years of looking at the ordinance and studying it, there are sections that either I haven't noticed before, doesn't happen that often, but it happens, and there's other sections that are interpreted or have actually been interpreted by the task force in ways that I did not realize had happened, and that it would be very useful for me to know, and when I learn it,
Point of order.
I'd like to learn that.
Mr. Warfield, hold on. Can you please keep it quiet? The public is talking.
Why, thank you. I also think you need to do something about repeat violations and violators. To go over and over and over and over and over again, finding one violation after another, there need to be an evaluation. It reminds me of fighting cockroaches in New York. You kill a bunch today, and you kill a bunch tomorrow, and you kill a bunch tomorrow. At some point, you might realize there's an infestation problem, and you need to do something different than just coming in with the newspaper folded up and smacking cockroaches as they run away. So I think that's something the task force should really look into, and that is, what else can you do besides just be complaint-driven and just find violations? Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Seeing none, move to adjourn.
So moved.
Meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned.